Ladies and gentlemen, I think I fixed the issue now. Let's see if I can get this going. There we go. Boom. Yo, see, now this is instant. Much better. What's up? Yeah. Yo, kind of a buzzkill. We had like, I think it was 55 or 60 people. Hold on. Forgive me, guys. This is all new to me. Okay. Yes, Neon, exactly. Get ready for the roast, baby. No, I'm just kidding. All right. I'm gonna give everyone a second to get back in here. Let me also, I could put this little thing here. I put live in the title because I'm such a streamer. You know what I'm saying? Okay. How do I go back? I gotta be honest, YouTube does make this really intuitive, which is really nice. There we go. All right, cool. My levels are good over here. Yo, I got like a villain setup right now. I got my laptop over here, my main screen here. I've got my iPad over here. Got everything situated. Come on. All right, so what's up, everybody? We back. Not the Crocs. Yo, do not sleep on the Crocs, bro. I'm telling you. I actually, like, so these Crocs that I wear, they're literally my indoor pair because I don't ever bring them outside because obviously, like, you don't want to wear shoes in the house. So these never have seen outside, only the inside of my house. And they're very comfortable. What can I say? Thank you so much, music. Baby Seb. He's the best. Julian, what is the name of the LED bars? I don't remember the exact name, but they're Govee. They literally might just be called Govee light bars. They're dope though. They have an app. Makes it really easy to use. All right, let's get little tunes in the background while some more people come in, then we'll start the feedback. So I was saying this before. Yo. Okay, there we go. So anyway, guys, I ran a test stream, not even a test stream, it's supposed to be the real stream, and I messed up. The chat was super delayed. Now it's instant, so now I'm happy, but I had to restart everything. I was saying though, before, I ran kind of a test stream on my Patreon, exclusively on my Patreon, and it went really well. I haven't streamed in basically ever. I did once a long time ago. It was barely nothing. I think it was even an IG live or something. I've never done like an official kind of stream, and it was so much fun. So I'm like, yo, shit back. You know what I'm saying? So I think I'm going to do these monthly, at least monthly, maybe more. Yeah, they're just fun. I love that we get to hang out in real time. It's a lot more entertaining even for me than just filming like by myself, because sometimes it's a little just not as fun. So let's I'm just gonna wait for a few more people to pop in. Also, guys, drop a like on the stream if you haven't already. Would appreciate that a lot. That'd be huge. There's a spider on your head. Yo, chill. I hope not. Yeah, Jack, I know. I kind of dropped the ball, but honestly, I would rather like lose those viewers and then get the instant chat, because that chat was brutal. It was like super delayed. Wonton soup. Is there a specific tier I need to join on Patreon to get feedback? So let me just address this. So here's what I'm thinking now that streams are now a thing. So I'm going to give feedback. There's a queue. And that queue is going to be based on the tiers, right? So Radiant being the highest, and then Free/Bronze being the lowest. What I'm going to do is go in order, but I definitely want to make sure that I do at least a few free people, just because it's fun, right? I don't want to make it like exclusively paid, but at the same time, I want to give the people that pay and support me priority. So I think that's best of both worlds. We'll go through all the paid members, and then we'll also select a few free members. But guys, I got to be honest too. I got mad submissions, way more submissions than I thought. Like, no chance I'll be able to go through all of them. So we're gonna still figure this out. Even though this is my second stream, I'm still figuring out a lot of stuff. So we'll work through it together. We'll figure out what works, what doesn't work, all of that. Yes, sir, Fisher. Let's go, baby. Love to hear that. Ryos, you're asking me about my Callies. Bro, I love them. Love them. They changed the game for me. But I see what you're saying about the low end. But, dude, I have a sub. And I got them as, like, a whole bundle. So I don't know how these sound without the sub. So I can't attest to what you're saying. But, dude, if you don't have the sub, you're definitely missing out. And, guys, if you can, like, if you have a studio setup that, you know, you won't bother your neighbors with, a sub changed the game for me. Like, I get embarrassed listening to my old tracks sometimes, and I'm like, oh my god, like, you're literally mixing in the dark if you don't have a sub. If you don't have one though, it's not impossible. I don't want to make it seem like you're screwed if you don't have a sub, like a subwoofer, but it's definitely a nice quality of life kind of thing in the studio. But yeah, all right. So yo, we got 43 people in here. Let's go. Okay, so the screen's just on me. I'm gonna start pulling in some tracks in FL, and we'll start with the Radiant tier, and then we'll go down to all the different tiers, and we'll be chilling. I think it'll be fun. Last stream was so much fun. All right, let's see. So I'm gonna pull in some right now, and also, guys, like, yo, I'm here. Ask me questions in the chat. I love interacting with you guys. To be honest, like, the chat is what makes streaming the most fun. So definitely let me know if you got some questions in here. I'm trying to peep as much as I can. Jonas, you're the man. I appreciate that. That means a lot. Can I drop a heart on that? No. I could put you in timeout, but I'm not gonna do that. Because you left a nice comment. That's crazy. I could put people in timeout? Yo, don't give me power. Yeah, man. Having speakers is a nice luxury. I can't even sit here and lie. But the great Skrillex, he mixed Scary Monsters and Nice Sprites on Beats headphones. Mixed and mastered everything. Which is crazy. But I hear that, and then I'm like, okay, like, you know, there's some hope. If you ever have to use headphones. Which, you know, I use them every now and then, but to me, the biggest problem with headphones is I can't hear the low end clearly. Like, kick drums sound different. You know, it's good for getting ideas down quick, like, especially if wife's sleeping and baby's sleeping, and I'm like, okay, I'll use some headphones, obviously. It's not bad to get the idea down, but if I have to, like, finish a track or something, no chance I could do that on headphones. It's also why, like, when I get feedback, too, like, I want to listen on speakers, because if I'm listening to it on headphones, I feel like I'll be guessing with the low end. Also, guys, so if you weren't a part of the last stream, something that I'm figuring out is how to listen to your guys' tracks and not have to deal with mic feedback. I set up a hotkey. Yeah, so I set up sorry, I was checking my OBS. I set up a hotkey where I can mute my mic. So I'll be muting my mic when I give you guys feedback so that I can play the music loudly on my speakers. I do have a gate on the microphone. There's I have music. The music that you hear is also coming out of my speakers right now, but it's so low, so there should be no feedback. But yeah, just a heads up that I will be muting myself and all that good stuff. So let's see. What happened here? All right, yeah. So I'm pulling in some tracks right now, guys. Just give me one second here. Yo, Mexis, that's right. Yo, get ready. Bring out the notepads. No stones being left unturned. This is where we get the real secret sauce. I gotta send out this quick email though, 1 second. Let's see. Also, happy release day me. Hope you guys checked out Fourth Dimension and are liking it. Such a fun track. Like, being a part of the whole process with Jared, making that whole track was such a fun experience. And man, I'm so happy with how that track came out. I listen to it, it gives me so much dope. I love that one. So proud of also the quality. Like, to be honest, I think it's the best kick I've ever made. Like, that kick is instant stank face. Okay, email. Okay. let's start. So we are starting with Radiant, guys. I'll say one more time. The way I want these streams to go, we are going to be prioritizing the people that are the highest tiers on my Patreon. But first of all, the stream is free to watch. It's free to get the sauce, right? But if you want your track reviewed, I will be having my queue in order of the Patreon tier, starting from Radiant all the way down to Bronze and Free. But I will be doing a few free tiers 100% because that's fun. That's nice. I think that's a good balance. And I do want to say that you guys are awesome, and I got hundreds of submissions, mad submissions. So it is going to be impossible to go through all of them because if you guys peep the last stream, we're going to go in depth. All right. But either way, if I don't get to your track or not, we'll definitely have some great conversations. We'll hang out. I'll answer questions in the chat as well. And I'll give you guys all the sauce, man. I'll give you guys all the sauce. All right. So I've got 2 tracks here. Let me just finish downloading them. Pop them in FL, and then we'll get this ball rolling. Let's see. Ooh, file's in the trash. Shit. Jackstar, yeah, man. I mean, I honestly can't tell who's in the stream and who's not as far as like when I'm reviewing tracks. So if I view your track and you're not in here, then that's all right. But on YouTube, the VOD's gonna go up, so you could always see if it goes on after. And, yo, we got 64 people watching. Let's go. Yo, drop a like on the stream, guys. But appreciate that a lot. Helps the algorithm and all that stuff like that, you know. Okay. Let's go. Let's go here. Okay, we're going to start with these 2 Radiant members. We're going to start with Devin. Also, my FL got messed up. Give me one. There we go. And you guys with the switch up. All right, Spotify. No more. We are now in, wait for it. Oops. There we go. FL Studio. The GOAT DAW. Oh, what's happening? Hold on. Oh, no, that worked. All right, we're good. All right. Let's see. Yo, appreciate that, Lowly. Appreciate that. Yo, Saksham? I'm sorry if I'm not pronouncing your name right. Saksham. You're in the chat, man? What's goody? What's goody, Saksham? I hope I'm saying your name right. If I'm not, my bad. I'm just peeping the chat, guys, real quick. Can I make hyper techno? What is hyper techno? I'm not sure. Is that just like techno at 160 BPM? I'm not sure. What's up, man? How do you say it? I want to say it the right way. Let's see. Is there some more questions in the meantime? Rug looks dope. Yes, sir. Thank you, man. I love these Moroccan style rugs. All right, yo. Let's get started. Let's get started, yo. All right, so we are in FL. Let's make sure my settings are correct. This needs to be turned off. Start here. Okay. So guys, while we listen to this, I'm going to mute my mic. We'll listen to it, and then I'll throw my mic back on. I'm also going to try to adjust the levels because like I can see right here, like this piano intro is going to be a bit quiet for you guys. So I'm going to do my best to make sure the levels are good. But bear with me and let me know if something's too quiet or anything like that. All right. Let's do it. So we're going to start with Cruel Summer, Devin Duda bootleg. Let's do it. Alrighty. So that was Cruel Summer, Devin Duda bootleg. Cool, man. So there's a few things that instantly stick out to me that I think could make a big improvement relatively quick. So let's just go right to the drop. First of all, the thing that comes to mind first, as far as like tracks that this reminds me of, is that Cedric Gervais remix of Summertime Sadness. I feel like it has that similar vibe, but also like similar sounds. And I think that should be a good reference for you. That's what I would use as a reference. Which, by the way, if you guys aren't referencing, you're missing out. Referencing is absolutely a cheat code. But as far as like actionable advice goes, like the biggest thing that I'm hearing is, honestly, I think the sounds are pretty good. I think that if I just were to focus on what we have here, I think that we can get the leads to pop out more. That's like the first thing that I'm noticing, especially in prog. You want the leads to be like up here and beautiful and airy. And right now they feel very far back in the mix. And a large part of that is due to the mixing. But I'll show you like real quick here in FL. If you imagine your bass and your chords and some of those low mid instruments that are going on, they are like taking up so much real estate in terms of width. And they're also taking up a lot of real estate in terms of low mid energy. So between like 300, 400, 500 hertz, like this whole area, right? It's really important that you try to balance that as best as you can in order to make those leads shine, right? Because if your bass is going crazy, 300, 400 hertz, and then your chords are and like the pads, your leads are going to have no room to breathe. So that's like the first quick change that you can make, just making that dip there on your chords and bass. That's going to instantly lift your leads. Now, another thing, like, by the way, guys, I didn't get to peep the chat yet, but Devin is also relatively new to producing, which is incredible. Like, this amount of progress in a short time frame is already insane. One big thing that will help maybe younger producers, especially that are trying to make prog, do not underestimate how important good drums are. Like in prog, you can have the best synths and the best bass, but if your drums stink, it's chalked. Like you're not gonna have a good prog idea. And the big thing that sticks out to me right now is this kick is like far too boomy and clubby. It's very thick. Usually with prog, you want your kick to kind of sound like a basketball. A nice, shiny, clean transient, kind of smooth, but also like just enough punch where obviously it's still punchy. You don't want it to be kind of weak in that regard. But that, and then for example, having like a noise ride for high-end air, some on-beat claps, stuff like that. I believe I did hear rides and claps here, but I think the kick was the main thing that I heard. I want to listen to it one more time. Yeah, so another thing too, like I would probably say, you know, obviously this vocal is iconic, and this is like a bootleg of an awesome throwback. But what I would say is it might be better, at least for the initial part of the drop, to take that vocal and filter it and manipulate it, perhaps wash it out in a little bit of reverb, perhaps delay, and kind of make it more of like a background thing and let the lead shine first. And then for the second half of the drop, you can kind of flip-flop and you can bring the vocal in. I feel like that's probably better for progressive house. Normally in prog, unless you're making like a super radio record, you don't really bring in the vocal right away. You could, but I think especially with how big your synths are already, I don't think you should do that. I think it'd be better if you had your vocal come in a little bit later, but you can have it in there so you get that melody feeling, you know? And that's simple. That would just maybe mean some filtering, like a bandpass filter. I really love bandpass filters for this kind of stuff. So something like this. FL is so laggy. What is going on? I also have to fix my screen, guys. I'll do that in just a moment. It's being cut off. But what I was going to say to finish this thought, like some kind of filter like this. I've been rinsing this recently. I like 24. And the beautiful thing is, like, you can chop out the highs, chop out the lows quickly, just kind of focus on this region. And you get this, like, you know, you just kind of focus on the mid-range so you can get the melodies and the tone, but you don't get the brightness and you don't get the lows. So it kind of pushes everything back in the mix a little bit and allows those leads to shine. So that's what I would do. Perhaps a little bit of reverb and sidechain too on that main lead there, or excuse me, on the main vocal to allow that lead to shine through. And I'll give you one more tidbit just on this drop lead. The saw is actually good, but I think the problem with super saws and progressive house, you really have to go the extra mile to try to make them unique. Otherwise, it can sound maybe cheesy. I don't know if cheesy is the right word. It could just sound like maybe outdated. It could sound like an old YouTube montage or something. And you know, when you listen to like the best progressive house producers, think about, you know, Garrix, Dubvision, Third Party, Matisse and Sadko, all these guys, like they're using, you know, super saws, of course. That's how you get the progressive house sound, but they're able to layer other leads in those, like amongst those super saws, which gives it that flavor and that character. So if you're not already, make sure that with your super saws, you're also layering maybe like a simple saw lead or maybe a square lead. I mean, honestly, the whole world is your oyster in that regard. Like you can layer whatever you want. I know a lot of guys, like the top guys, they love layering organic instruments like guitars, violins, stuff like that. And that helps give your leads a little bit of extra flavor and it makes them not so like outdated, I guess. So that's the big thing I would say as far as your leads go. And there was one other thing I want to touch on quick in the break, and then I'm going to check chat. I have to check chat. Go both. What I was going to say, though, just on the pad in this hook section, it almost needs to be more ethereal. It's a little too dry where it's kind of right on top of the lead. And I'm not even, or excuse me, the vocal, but I'm not talking about it in a mixing standpoint. I'm just talking simply from like an arrangement standpoint. I think you can have a big super saw pad, absolutely. But it needs to be different. So personally, what I would recommend is instead of using just a plain old super saw like that, try to use like a pad that's made from a super saw, right? So a good example is like almost any pad Inspire or like any typical trans pad. That way you get that brightness and you get that, you know, heavenly kind of feeling, but it's just not on top of the vocal because naturally pads are more in the back. I feel like they're just right on top of each other, and that's just a simple sound selection thing. I think if you just simply swap that sound for a trans pad, you'd be golden. And then the last like major point that I could touch on, and then we'll actually move on. And I'll look at some questions here. But your intro, you should keep in mind, generally speaking, even when you're producing, like I don't even want you to think about like this in a mixing and mastering way, but you want to make sure your levels are like kind of there, right? Even from the beginning, even when you're just producing. So when I see this looks like far too quiet, and I actually had to adjust it. I mean, you maybe saw in the beginning, like I cranked it and then I turned it back down as we got to the rest of the track here. Obviously, you want some dynamics. I'm not saying make your song a brick wall unless you're making that fourth dimension. You guys should see the waveform for that. This shit is crazy. But, you know, even if it looks something like this, right? So even just a simple, like almost 6 dB, I think this looks a lot better. And it also would sound better because we don't have to crank the volume and then turn it down, right? Very simple fix. So that's something that I would recommend as well. Big kudos, by the way, on your build drums. I thought your build drums were, dare I say, perfect? The build drums are perfect. I would not change a thing. I wouldn't change a thing. The build drums, excuse me, are literally perfect. So you got that going for you. And actually, now that I'm here, I would probably remove this little guy too. I think you go from having this big, beautiful energy, and then it like dies, and then you have the build drums come in. It just makes it too much of a roller coaster. I think you could literally just chop this part, bring the drums in right after the hook finishes, and you'd be golden after that. All right, guys. Let's see the chat. I gotta catch up a little bit. Gotta catch up on the chat. Me and my wife have been doing that voice. It's hilarious. Me and my wife love accents and funny voices and stuff like that. Hello, everyone. All right. Yeah, good vibes, guys. I agree. Definitely good vibes. Yeah, Jackstar, exactly. Little more wash on those chords. My wife's in the chat. Hello, baby. All right. Yeah, Mexis. Vlade's thing did get copyrighted on my stream, which sucks because the reaction was so funny, but it got copyrighted, so I had to mute it, unfortunately. Yeah. What are you gonna do? What's up, everyone? Okay. Hugh, love you too, dude. How do you submit a track? So submissions are closed, but I've been posting it on IG. I posted it on the YouTube community. It's a Google form. So I just post the link and then you can fill out the form. If you're on my Patreon, you kind of get bumped up in the queue. I went on the whole spiel already. But for the next stream, usually like a few days or ideally a week before, I'll be posting it on my Instagram stories and on YouTube community and stuff like that. Patreon as well. But yeah, guys. All right. Guys, it's release day. It's release day, so I got a brewski. Bro, it's release day. It's Friday. Vibes are absolutely electric. We got 72 people in here. We vibing. Come on. Well, okay, so one thing before we check out the next track, I want to fix my screen because I see that it's cut off here. Oh, okay, one second. Let's go to just me. How you doing? And let's go here. What happened was right before the stream started, one of my lights wasn't working and I had to unplug everything. And when I unplugged everything, it just messed up all my settings. Like I promise, I was prepared. Just give me a second here. Some things got reset. FL Studio looks crazy right now. Okay. We're good? I look good? You guys look good? Ryos, yeah, there were. I mean, I still have access, but dude, to be honest, I think there was like a little under 200 submissions, so which is insane. So I'm going to be completely honest. I probably won't get to it because I already have my like spreadsheet set up, but next time. But also stick around. We're vibing, and I promise, like, even if you're a beginner or if you're like brother Saksham, I think there'll be something here for you. I don't know if he's still in the chat. That's so dope that he was here. Yo, if you guys don't already know, that guy has a song with Garrix, and it's amazing. Shout out him, man. And I apologize if I'm not saying your name right. I don't know if you gave me the right pronunciation, but that's amazing, man. Thanks for pulling up. An amazing song, by the way. I absolutely love it. Yeah. Okay. So let me just get the next song prepped and ready for you guys. And we out. All right. Here, bada bing, bada boom. How you doing? All right, next one is Arrow. Brother Neil. Let's see. If I hit Control F3, we get FL, but what happened to FL? Oh, it's Control F1. Oops. All right, guys. We've got Arrow, Winter. Let's take a listen. All right, so that's Winter by Arrow. Listen, overall, man, I love a lot of the ingredients that are here. So my instant reaction is I think that what would bring this idea to the next level is just perhaps better execution in the production, which is a good thing because I feel like the idea and the melodies are actually really good. And arguably, I believe that's harder. I think it's harder to have a great idea and great melodies. So that's the good news. I love a lot of the sounds here too, especially like in the break. Let's start with the drop though, because I think the drop is where I have the most notes. Let's listen to it one more time. I'm going to lower my speakers here a little bit. So let's talk about the bass, because I think the bass is the biggest thing that's kind of holding me back. When you have these big kind of big room progressive house tracks, right? You have to keep in mind that the leads need to be like here. The leads need to be super in your face, and you need to prioritize that. That needs to be the biggest thing, right? And I'll just tell you guys straight up, bass is a huge culprit of getting in the way of those things. So you have to be very meticulous with how you program your bass in these types of tracks, because if the bass is overpowering, it's going to make your leads sound like they're drowning, or it's going to sound like they're sunk. And also, let me just take a pause real quick. I'm going to do my best this entire stream to give feedback according to the skill level that I think you're at, or that I know you're at. So for example, I know Arrow, and I know he's a pretty good producer, so he can like apply these things. And same thing, like if someone who's amazing producers sends advice, or excuse me, sends a track for feedback, I'll give more tailored advice for that. So just keep that in mind, because I don't want to make it seem like I'm being mean. That's not the case. I just want to give you guys like actionable advice that fits the context of your skill level. With that being said, Arrow, I think the biggest thing that you need to do is rework the bass. Instead of it being so 200, 300 hertz, like that kind of bass, you can have that fatness and that warmth, but like shift everything upwards to like 800 hertz, 1000. Use that like really gritty mid bass instead. And you can still have that fat, warm bass. It just has to be closer to like 150 and 100 hertz instead. That's the biggest thing, because right now, like I would say we can probably even see it on like Pro Q, for example. Let's check it out together. I think we'll see that there's like a lot of headroom being eaten up in this region. Let's see. I also have no idea why FL is lagging this bad. I guess because I'm running so many things, but just bear with me for a moment. So you can kind of see right there when I'm at around 300 hertz and I'm just soloing that bend, I feel like that bass is just too prominent. I think you need to not even scoop it out, because I think the entire bass just could be reworked a bit. I think that you should have, you know, your sub and your 100 bass, that bass that's going to reside between 80 and 250 hertz, that's providing the power, but make sure that it's tame, but make that energy that I know you're trying to get come from the mid basses instead. And another bonus note on these mid basses, like make sure that you do have a little bit of overlap. Like don't cut everything under, say, 250 hertz on these mid basses, unless you specifically know what you're doing, because a lot of times what can happen is by removing too much lows out of your mid basses, it winds up making your entire bass stack sound thin. Like, let's not forget, mid bass is ultimately still a bass, therefore it should have 80 to 250 hertz still in that. So that's what I would say about the bass. Now, as far as the leads go, another interesting note. Like overall, another reason why the leads kind of feel in the background. There's a lot of reverb, which, trust me, I'm probably the biggest reverb lover of all time, right? But you have to understand that it's a give and take relationship. You can't just put reverb on everything and call it a day. What I would recommend is consider layering some dry layers in there. That's a really, really great technique, because if you have a dry layer in this thing that's not being processed by any external reverb, you get the in-your-faceness, right, that you're looking for, and then you also simultaneously get that wet kind of massive progressive sound at the same time. It doesn't always work, but it's something that I think for the more aggressive ideas would work very well. So that's something that I would consider here. And then further on that dry layer, it should definitely be warmer, because another like general complaint that I have is that the leads kind of feel a bit thin across the board, which means that they're just lacking a bit in that 300 hertz area, right, where that warmness lies. So I would consider probably just adding that additional dry layer with ample warmth, and then readjusting the bass. One other thing that I can say on the drop would just be regarding the drop drums, the kick specifically. So it's hard for me to tell if it's the kick that's the issue or it's the way the bass is programmed, but I'm feeling like the kick, the initial transient is really great, but then it kind of feels like rumbly and muddy. 99% of the time, that's usually because the kick and bass relationship is just not working together. Perhaps there's phase cancellation. Maybe you're just not sidechaining your bass heavy enough. Like, there could be a multitude of different reasons why that's the case. But what I would do is start from the ground up, right? I told you to reprogram your bass. You're going to do that, right? And then when you do that, start with just your kick and sub and make sure they're rock solid. Make sure they're not getting in the way of each other. And then add your 100 bass or that warm bass in, and then add your mid basses. And along the way, make sure that your kick feels solid the entire time. So a big thing that helps me is doing it in that fashion and kind of using every layer as a test. Because if your kick and sub sound, let's say your kick sounds great on its own, and then you add your sub, sometimes your kick starts to sound bad right there, and then you know it's a kick problem, or a sub problem, excuse me. if you know that it's, or excuse me, rather, if the kick and sub are working together well, and then you add that warm bass in, and then it starts to fall apart a little bit, then you know, hey, something's going wrong. As soon as you add the warm bass, you know where to look. And then so on and so forth. I think a big part of being a good music producer is just knowing how to problem solve. And using this kind of technique of reverse engineering whenever a problem arises and trying to hone in on that problem, it has helped me tremendously. So that's what I would recommend for you. Now let's talk about some other positives and just other parts of the track. Well, I love the break. This melody, come on, Arrow. I love it so much. I almost want that instead of the drop melody. I know it's kind of like a variation, but this is so good. I also have no idea how you made that bell sound, but the bell sound is awesome. Now, here's an interesting consideration as well. I don't know if you're planning on getting vocals. Excuse me. If you are, you're definitely going to have to filter down that lead if and when a vocal's playing. But let's assume right now it's just going to be an instrumental. That's totally fine. If it is going to be an instrumental, you need to make sure damn well you're keeping everything as interesting as possible the entire time. So, for example, for me personally, assuming this is going to stay as an instrumental, I'm not 100% interested. What's the word I'm looking for? Come on. Satisfied? I don't know. I can't think of the right word. Basically, what I'm saying is you've got this intro, and then you bring in this melody, and that's enough to keep me engaged. That's the word I was looking for. But here, I feel like I want more. And what I would do if I were you is, you're kind of doing the right things, right? You're bringing in drums, you're changing the melody a little bit, but you need more power and more development in the other categories as well. Step one, you've got a Reese here, bring in a sub, right? So you've got like this nice warm bass, this warm Reese, and you kind of set the tone, and then you come 8 bars later, you introduce a sub, and then now all of a sudden the bass is like, it's got some meat behind it. Further, like the synths, yes, you're changing the melody, which I do like that approach, and I'll give you your flowers in that regard. But you need like more chord support, maybe some warmer chords, maybe even some rolling chords. So like imagine a chord playing like a 16th note rhythm. I think that would help you tremendously as well. Just keep that development going. But I mean, listen, overall, I don't want to like put you on blast. I don't want to say like anything that I'm not supposed to say, but let's just say that I know he's got a ton of potential because of his circumstances. So, Arrow, I mean, man, keep it up, dude. Absolutely love what I'm hearing. All right. I locked in right there. So let me see the chat. Let's see the chats. Yeah, you know what, guys? Something with Pro Q's going on. I think it's because I selected the highest quality thing on YouTube for the stream, and it's not. It's like too much CPU power, maybe, or something like that. Is Insight working, or is it just Pro Q that's bugging out? Let me know if Insight's working. Yeah. Yeah, on my end too, Pro Q is lagging like crazy. This didn't happen previously when I was on Patreon. I don't know. We'll figure it out together. I'll have to look at it after the stream. I think it's just because my computer's being overworked right now. Yo, Roy Castillo, Hardwell X Ryos. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, it's a preset in Ableton. Dude, the pluck is awesome, man. That's a really sick pluck. Yeah, guys. Yeah. I don't know about Pro Q. I'm just not gonna use it. It's okay. It's all right. Let me know. Let me know if Insight's working. Are we? Stick with me for a second. Oh, you can't see it. Right, right. Watch this. Watch this. Boom. I'm watching my own stream. Hold on. Give me a second. No? Huh. Okay. I mean, listen, if you can't see Insight, it's not the end of the world. I just like to use it to check the LUFS and the stereo image. Okay. I know why it's happening. I don't know how easy it is to fix it. What? You guys see this? What the heck? I don't know. Anyway. Was Gucci Gaurji? Was a baby practicing the DJ back there? Yeah. Yeah, he was. He's the cutest. Yeah, so Jackstar, I tried running detached. That's how I normally have it. But OBS is picking up FL, but when you make it detached, FL doesn't pick it up anymore. But yeah, I think my computer's just working overtime right now. Let's see if that works. No. FL is lagging. I don't know. I'll have to figure this out another time. I'm going to have to optimize my settings. But it's okay. We can still review the tracks and we can talk about feedback. That's what matters most. All right. So next up, we've got Project Lift Tonight by my man, Will. Let's take a listen here. I'm going to mute my mic for this one. Yes, sir. So that's Project Lift Tonight by Will. This track is coming along great. I heard this track in the beginning stages, and man, has it taken just such a great, I don't say a great turn, but it's progressed amazingly. Let's start again with the drop. So similarly to the other tracks as well, I think the thing that like sticks out to me the most, especially right now, is how the low end is overpowering the leads a little bit. Now, again, you have to keep in mind, I'm giving feedback according to where the track is at. Obviously, the sound's great, right? In order to get to the next level, and guys, this is actually, this is some sauce. If you're looking to make professional music, it's very simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. It's all about improving in the details, right? Because if you think about it, if you insert your favorite track here, Garrix, Hardwell, whoever, if you look at their projects, they're doing what you guys are doing, right? They have their kicks, they have their super saws, they have, whatever, drums, effects, bass groups, but very bluntly, They're just executing on that better. And when you explore that more, it basically means that they're just doing a better job at executing on the smaller details. It's, in my opinion, really empowering to think about it like that. And that's something that changed the game for me, because once I was like, oh, it's a game of details, it gives you a clearer roadmap. With that being said, to circle back to Will's track, it's already in a great spot, but how do we make it better? It's in the details. Even if it's just a 1% improvement, guys, it's not linear. A 1% improvement in, say, the entire track doesn't equal a 1% improvement overall. It kind of compounds and it's exponential. So with that being said, I'm going to nitpick this a little bit. When it comes to the bass, overall, I love the sound and I love the warmth, but it's a little unruly. It feels like the bass has too much free will right now, and we've got to control it. What I would probably recommend is some sort of limiter on the bass group, or compression if you're not already doing compression. I feel as though the bass just needs to be controlled and it needs to be packaged. So I want, when you're looking back in your DAW at the waveform, I want everything to kind of be uniform and packaged. I don't want any unruly spikes in amplitude in the waveform, or I don't want like one note to be really powerful and the next note weak. It needs to be well packaged. Now, again, for me, using my best judgment, I would probably just consider putting a limiter on the end of the bass group. But depending on how your project is, sometimes what I like to do instead is I actually like to take my kick and my sub and put those on a group. So instead of the sub going to the bass group, I put the sub and the kick on its own channel, and then I compress that. That, mixed results, it's one technique. It's not like a one-size-fits-all. But I think even if you were to consider that, so you would take your kick, your sub, put it on its own channel, and then compress it with, say, like the SSLG compressor or like the glue compressor, something like that. That can work really well, perhaps. But in general, the final goal, the takeaway here is, I think the bass specifically, not the mid bass, but like the actual bass, 80 to 250 hertz, and the sub, they need to be tamed. They need to be controlled. And I personally would use a limiter for that. Now let's talk about some other things. Let's take a listen one more time. So again, nitpicking, but this is because if you really want to get to that next level, it's all about the tiny details. I would love, because of how awesome the lead is, I would love if the lead's crispiness was a little bit more at the forefront, and then you took the drums and put them like in the back. So imagine if this is the high end, right? This is like 20K. I want the air of the leads to be here, and then I want like the drums to be like here. Now, I'm not saying that what you did is bad, because in fact, a lot of times actually people prefer their drums to be up top and then the synths right below. But because this lead, it's got that kind of sweetness in the top end, like the potential. It's not very harsh. I think if you boosted the air, let's say just above 10K or just above 15K, and then either shaved off a little bit of the top end and some of the drums, like the shakers and the rides and stuff like that, and allowed the air of the synth to carry the energy of the drop, I think that might sound a little bit more pleasing. I'm finding more and more progressive guys doing that. So, food for thought. I know personally that's what I love to do too. But, overall, I would say very, very, a lot of potential here in this drop. I love the melody as well. Let's circle to the break. I want to specifically talk about this hook. I think the hook is kind of where I started to feel like I had some thoughts. So let's listen to it one more time. So for me, it's a question of low end. Right here in the break, you've got a really beautiful warm pad. You've got a nice round kick. but there's no Reese or sub yet. And, you know, if you're withholding that for the hook, that's totally fine. I like that play a lot. But I think that if you're going to do that, the hook really needs to hit. AKA, layer a separate sub with the Reese. So that when the hook comes in, you get this rock solid low end. I think that would help a lot in making it feel like it's the hook of the song. It's the moment. Now, I don't recall if the plan for this one is to have vocals or not. I believe so. Let's assume that the plan is to get vocals. I would say that one thing that you're going to have to do is you're going to have to make a small bell curve at probably like anywhere between 1 and 3K on the entire lead group. Because right now it's a bit bright. That energy drone that you have in the background is perfect. That's going to help you so much once the vocal is actually in there. But I would say the lead isn't filtered enough right now. You have two options. You have what I just said about EQing out just 1 to 3K, or you could just filter the entire thing a lot more and then open it up more gradually, assuming once the vocal comes in. But that's definitely going to be like a small detail that is going to make a massive difference. So I definitely wanted to touch on that. And then one final point here, and then we will move on. I want to talk to you about the drums in the build. I feel like the snare is good, but not great. And if you just remember what I just ranted about, it's all about the details. So, guys, like one way I recommend thinking about improving your sounds and your sound selection is to give it like a ranking, you know, give it a rating and be honest with yourself. So, you know, insert your favorite artist, let's say Garrick's, Hardwell, Cashmere, whoever. If their sounds are 10 out of 10, right? Compare yours to theirs. Let's say like Hardwell's build snare versus yours. If his is a 10 out of 10, what are you honestly calling yours? And if it's not a 10 out of 10, then figure out why. You have to reverse engineer it. Now, I'll say right now, for me, this snare sound specifically, it feels a little underwhelming in the context of how energetic this track is. It almost feels too acoustic or too raw. I want it to be more processed, more EDM-y. And I'll show you guys quickly, like, the most run-of-the-mill sample. Should be starred. Let me see if it's starred. You guys have definitely heard this build snare before. It's been used so much, but it's so good. Should be VEH3 or something like that. I don't see it. Let's use the search function. I type in snare. Maybe I didn't star it. It might be in my sample pack, like my ultimate collection. And also, we're chatting. Let me tell you guys quickly about my ultimate collection, because some people ask me like, "Yo, can you sell me the ultimate collection?" I cannot, because the ultimate collection is my own samples plus other people's samples. All my Patreon packs are 100% my samples, so for copyright and all that, I'm free to sell them. But I can't sell this because part of my ultimate collection is other people's samples, like this Vengeance snare that I'm about to pull up. Yeah, so this is the snare I was talking about. Can we hear the snare? I think you guys can. Anyway, this snare has that kind of progressive EDM kind of feeling, and just a simple sound selection change like this would instantly increase this arbitrary ranking of your snare in the buildup, and thus give the entire track a boost of improvement, you know? So just the sound selection on that snare is one thing that I would touch on. Maybe, too, it's cool sometimes to add other drums on top of the snare. So, for example, you can have like a 16th note. I call them light snares. I know it says tight, but I changed it to light now. But like stuff like this, you know, very tight or light snare that's playing a 16th note rhythm in the background as well. You can have hi-hats, shakers, like other things on top of the snare that would, again, take a good build up and then make it great. Just some food for thought. Other than that, I really enjoyed the break. I think the whole atmosphere of the break is pretty much spot on. I don't know if there's anything that I would change. I really enjoy this break. I got to be honest. I think this break is very, very, very good. So I don't know if there's anything that I would do in the production. Like once there's a vocal and we do some mixing, then that's a different conversation. But I think as far as the production goes, it's all there. So all right, that was Live Tonight by Will. A great one. Let's go back to me for a second. Yeah, man. Very cool stuff. All right, so we're going to pull in some more tracks here, guys. And then I'm going to check the chat in just a second. See what everyone's saying. Pull in some tracks right now. Okay. All right. Let's see. All right, guys. So yeah, for everyone asking about how to submit a track, I posted a Google form link earlier this week. A few times I did it on my Instagram stories. I did it on the YouTube community, and we got a ton of submissions. But what happens is after the form is done, it's all put into a Google spreadsheet, and that's what I'm looking at right now. So if you're submitting it now, it's unfortunately a little bit too late, but I will be doing these at least monthly because I really enjoy them, and this is amazing. So it'll be next time, if anything. Actually, yeah, look, Neon said exactly what I just said. That's perfect. Thank you, Neon. Plexity, it's not only for Patreon members, but Patreon members do get priority as far as the queue goes. And I will be picking some free submissions, by the way. So if you're free, definitely submit. Definitely submit. Also, one other thing to note, if you are a member, you get a ton of other benefits. It's not just priority in the queue. We get sample packs every month. You get Studio Time with Ryos episode stems. There's a lot there. Check it out. Check it out. All right. Is there a Ryos Big Room Techno sample pack? Not just Big Room Techno, but I feel like my sample packs, like I use them across all genres. Like I use my samples for progressive. I use it for Big Room. I use it for my Big Room progressive kind of tracks like Out of Time or my Wild Ride remix. So yeah. Okay, let's see. Whoa, Neon. 5, what is that, euros or pounds? I think that's euros. Thanks, Neon. Appreciate that, man. All right. I don't know how to say your name. I think it's Gargi. Hope I'm saying that right. Can we submit them now for next time? Not yet, because I didn't set up another form. So don't even bother submitting, but I will, when I put up the form, you'll see it on Patreon. Also, guys, one other thing, by the way, even if you join Patreon as a free member, you kind of automatically subscribe to a newsletter. So anytime I make a free Patreon post, you'll get emailed. So that's another way that you can get notified about these streams. That, my Instagram stories, my YouTube. So keep all that in mind. Whoa. Is that Riley James? Young Riley? Yo, see, official, I agree. Hybrid prog was a great term. No one wanted to freaking let it catch on. I tried. What can I do? I think hybrid prog, it's a hybrid between big room and progressive house, but fine. I tried. What are you going to do? Okay. So we're moving on to some other tiers now. Oh, actually, no, I'm sorry, Tyler. Tyler, you did submit a little late, my man, but I think I could pull it up quick. Hold on. One more Radiant tier. Let's see. Tyler, if you're in the chat, send it to my email, because, like I said, the Google sheet is already done and dusted. It's not being updated. That's a lie. I see your email. Never mind. I see it. Okay. Okay, so we've got Manifesta and Gary Miko. FTS. Fuck that shit. I don't know if that's what that means. Apologies for the French. Apologies for my French. Let's switch to Control F2, Control F1, and then let's go to FL Studio. All right, let's take a listen, folks. Let's see what we got here. I'm gonna yell at you guys. Yo, What is this waveform? That's what I'm talking about. Let's take a listen. Chat, what are we thinking? What are we thinking? I think that's nasty. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. All right, so let's talk about some positives, like things that caught my attention right away. First of all, that break lead is crazy. I love the little kind of fast notes that are littered in between the melody. I feel like that makes it so much more interesting. The vocal is dope, has a sick 90s vibe, and then obviously the drop is just straight bass face. There's a lot to like here, man. I want to listen to it one more time briefly. Hold on. And then how does it start? Okay, so if we could put our thinking hats on, our critical hats, I would say the intro could be better. And again, disclaimer, I'm going to keep giving out these disclaimers until it's fully set in stone. I'm giving tailored feedback. The track is obviously super sick, but they need nitpicky feedback in order to get to the next level. So again, the intro could be better. It's good, but it could be better. I feel like I love the idea of previewing that melody, but I don't know if just previewing it on a piano is enough to get me going. Unless the piano is maybe processed differently or you select a different piano sound. I can see the vision with a piano. Like you can go for like some dark, cinematic kind of cool piano sound. But I do think if that's the case, it needs to be processed way differently. It needs to be processed in a way where it's far more compressed and a little bit more dynamic in terms of the performance. So really playing around with like velocity and sustain and making the piano feel alive, then it could work. But yeah, at its core, I don't know if I fully love how it's starting right now. So I would say that's one area to touch on. Now, let's address the elephant in the room. That's what I need to see, folks. Not actually. But in reality, you know, you're not producing with a master on. It's fine. You know, it's fine, I guess. In all seriousness, you know, the kick and the fact that with this style of music, right, when you guys think about these like really aggressive, I guess we can call this like bass house, but even big room, the way the track is slammed into a master has a profound effect on the entire way it sounds. Meaning, like I'm trying to think about the best way to say this. I almost feel like you're doing yourself a disservice by not producing into a master, or at least even just clipping your output. Like just clip it. Don't even put anything on your master. Just clip your output, because that's going to give you a much better decision on how to move forward. And it's going to also start adding power into your song. And especially for the aggressive genres like this, it's so important. Like, I wish I could show you quickly what Fourth Dimension would sound like if it was at like negative 8 dB with nothing on the master. Like, yes, it needs to be produced well before the master. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but in a situation like this, I feel like it's hard for you guys to know how to take it to the next level if this isn't already addressed. Like, you have to at least bring it up to competitive levels and give yourself that advantage and then figure out what the next step is from there. Because right now you're kind of shooting in the dark. Or you're like, what's a better analogy? You're almost just like, I don't know, you're just at a disadvantage. Like, I don't see the purpose of not producing with anything on your master. And guys, listen, like, you don't have to have a full-on master chain. Like, let me specify. Like, you can literally just even clip your output. I don't give a shit. Don't put anything on your master, but at least clip it and get that power and that grit coming through. And then, of course, if you choose a limiter, if you choose a maximizer, like whatever your cup of tea is, that's a different story. But yeah, I couldn't recommend that enough. I couldn't recommend that enough because stylistically, it has such a profound effect on your song. So, like, I don't see why you would ever do that. But anyway, I'm ranting. Let's also just give them credit because this idea is really fucking sick. I will say, like, on that main bass, I would probably make the sidechain a little bit less dramatic. If you guys know that new Quintino song that just dropped on Stamped Warehouse, try to mimic that sidechain because it has a very similar vibe of, like, that, like, electro house, bass house kind of sustained bass. And you need to be really particular with how that kind of pumps with the kick. Right now, it feels slightly too pumpy. And not in a good way, not in like a bouncy, groovy way, and kind of like this way that there's gaps being created. So I would probably loosen up the sidechain a little bit or really make the curve less dramatic. The fills are cash money. The fills are amazing. The little... Yeah. If we're talking arrangement, one other thing that you guys could do, especially with this style, I feel like you can 100%, and also keep in mind you have that sick vocal sample, incorporate some of that somewhere. Think of like Knock 2, right? I think Knock 2 is probably one of the best producers at doing this. He finds creative spots to throw little vocal chants or vocal phrases. Now, I think that would help you drastically, or even like another vocal thing that you can try is a vocal reverse, a very quick vocal reverse. I don't know the key of this song, and I don't feel like figuring it out right now, but imagine if, right, like if you had, I mean, this isn't the coolest sample, but if you had something like this, like a super tight, something like that. I'm not even going to play it because it's probably not in key and anything like that, but just like another fun way to add ear candy in the drop, because you're already killing it with the fills. I think just you need something a little bit more tonal in the fill department as well. And then let's circle back to the build-up actually real quick.
Now whoa, don't you step to me. If you do, you wish you never knew me. Get your gang, get your boys, get your crew. What else to get you?
So I'm thinking because this vocal is fucking sick.
Now whoa,
and I'm like, how do we incorporate that more? I don't want it to take 30 seconds to get to that. That's interesting. You could play it around with like a pop idea, which is to preview it while this piano's happening. Like you can have it filtered, but then you would have to at least keep it playing. And I understand you want to keep this little melodic part. I get that.
now whoa, don't you step.
It's a good problem to have, man. That vocal is really sick. The overall idea is very sick, honestly. I think this one has a lot of potential if it's executed well. I'm going to briefly check the second break and then also check chat.
Get your boys, get your crew.
Okay, two things. Number one, if the stream is bugging, just refresh because it's fine on my end. I'm watching myself, so I think people are saying that when they refresh, it helped. Maybe it's just a YouTube thing. I don't know why it's happening. Let me know if it's better though. Let me know if it's better. It seems to be good on my end. Damien, how many tracks in total were submitted? It was like a little under 200, which is insane. Okay, refresh helps. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, I don't know why that happened, guys. First time on YouTube, so I'm not sure if maybe like my bitrate settings are not good or whatever. I'll have to figure that out. Patreon seems to be better for streaming. Patreon was like a little bit more exclusive, but nah, YouTube is awesome. Okay, let's move on to some more tracks, guys. FTS, really sick one. Definitely a lot of potential there, guys. You should be excited about that one because I'm excited about that one. All right, let me pull in some more tracks, folks. Let's do it. Let me pull in some more tracks. Refresh works fine. Perfect. Mr. Calazan. In the future, check my socials. I posted a Google Forms link a bunch of times. I did on my Instagram story. I put it on the YouTube community. And then after that Google form went through, it goes into a spreadsheet of mine. And now that's what I'm looking at. So yeah, just be on the lookout next time for the Google Forms link. So let's see. All right, one moment. One moment. Let me just get a little background music going. Let's figure some stuff out. So I'm just getting a few more tracks, guys. Just downloading them right now, and then we'll resume with the feedback. Bets. Yeah, also, guys, if you're in the chat, let me know what time you would prefer. I try to pick a time that like would fit all time zones. Yeah, I'm curious what time you guys think works good for you. Also trying to do it on the weekends. I know people got work, so let me know what you think about that. Okay, boom, boom. Nice. Nice. Good waveforms. Good waveforms. Let's get a few more. Also, I'm going to sprinkle in a free guy right now. Let's sprinkle in someone free. If you're free, whoever puts in the chat first, I'll put your chat or I'll put your track in the FL2. First one that's free. Okay. Damien on Spotify. Let's see if I can find you, bud. What's your what was your name when you submitted the Google form? Wait, Riley, what are you chatting about? What did I say? Sprinkle me? Damien Mendoza. Oh, okay. Cool. I see you. All right, let's get you in there. Let's get Damien in there. Oh, Riley, that's what you're talking about. Yo, shout out Riley James, man. What a guy. Yo, if you got... Yo, Riley is like one of the funniest producers I know. Riley's a funny guy. All right. Let's go to chant. Come on. Yo, if anyone's in Dallas watching this, yo, Me and Kashmir are coming. Dallas, end of the month. Pull up. All right. So we've got a few more tracks here. We're going to check them out. Can I please get Insight working? What's going on? Can I fix this quick or no? If I can, it's chalked. No. Shaper box open? Oh, Shaper box opens. We'll take Shaper box. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. Hold on, wait. Sorry, guys. 1 second. No, Shaper box opens. All right, we can at least use Shaper box. All right. So this first one, this is Hero's Future Rave Idea. Let's take a listen. I'm going to mute my mic for this one.
We go hide away in daylight. We go undercover, wait out the sun. Got a secret side in plain sight. Where the streets are empty, that's where we run. Everyday people do everyday things, but I can't be one of them. I know you hear me now. We are a different kind. We can do anything. We could be.
All right. So the beautiful thing is about this one, there's actually so much potential. I think that we need to adjust the execution on a few things, but there's a lot here. Like, I'm inspired by this. I really think there's a lot of good stuff here. Let's dive into it. I'm also going to do my best to try to check the chat more, because I feel like I go too long without checking it. Let me check this real quick, and then we're going to dive into this. DJ Rekka, shout out you, man. I appreciate you. That's right. Yo, Riley James was the only official guest on Studio Time with Ryos. All right. Stan, next time, check out my social media. I've been dropping Google Form links throughout the week leading up to this. Now it's too late, but the next time I do a stream, about a week prior, I'll start posting a Google Form link, and you could do it there. Also, you could join my you could join my Patreon as a free member. You don't have to pay for it, just to join my kind of email list, and you'll get an email from me the next time I do one of these. But okay, let's talk about this idea, because there's a lot here that inspires me. So obviously, you know, having this big kind of brass stab with the vocal, I think really cool idea.
We go hide away in daylight. We go undercover.
I think I saw someone said that it's a little bit offbeat. I agree. The timing is off. I don't know if it's the vocal.
We go hide away.
No, it has to be the vocal.
We go hide away.
Yeah, because I know, obviously, Hero is iconic. From my understanding, it's like the chord. Yeah, so it should be.
We go hide away in day.
The vocal is just starting too early. So just moving that over would help a lot. And if any of you guys struggle with like vocal placement, one of the best ways to figure out, especially when you're remixing a song, is just compared to the original. So imagine if, like you and me, right? Imagine if this song was Alesso's track, we would just line it up and then find where the vocal starts and then do the same thing here. So that's what I would recommend as far as finding the timing goes, especially when you're remixing. But let's ignore the vocal timing for just a moment.
We go hide away in daylight.
The big cheese is this right here. I think there's a lot of room to play with right here. So imagine if I'm going to show you. I'm just going to show you. I feel like that'd be easier. Yeah. Okay. So I'm not going to play with everything because this is going to be out of key. But imagine if what you did was you had your kind of future rave stab play, like so. you have the reverb tail, but the difference, what I recommend, I love this little stutter, but there needs to be more that fills this gap. So what I would do, if we're pretending that this is your future rave stab, I would just simply reverse it, dude. Reverse it, something like this, and this is going to fill up that gap, and it's such a small little maneuver. But man, does it help so much. So check this out, like how this would sound now. You know, makes a world of a difference. And of course, you can adjust the timing, right? Like we can push this back a little bit. We can manipulate this however we see fit. We can add a flanger on just this, for example. There's a lot of creative things that we can do. But just in general, like filling up that gap is an absolute must, in my opinion. It's an absolute must. The sound to the stab.
We go hide away in daylight. We go undercover, wait out the sun.
The stab is dope, but I'm actually realizing I don't know if you even have the right amount of reverb, because if we take a look at this little stab again, listen to the tail. You need that kind of arena-esque reverb, which you could achieve with any bright reverb. Me personally, I love Arts Acoustic and Realm for those types of reverbs, and that's kind of what you need here. So definitely add that in. And what you should probably do is just automate that. So that would kind of give you that reverse feeling that we just mentioned, and then keep this dry, because you don't want to add a bunch of reverb here either. So that's something to keep in mind. Also, the kick.
We go hide away in daylight. We go under.
It feels too separate, the kick and the future rave stab. You know, you could probably get a lot more success by just using an impact. Because the problem is, like, these kicks, right, when you just layer a kick like this, it's too dry, right? So what you need to do is you either need to blend it with the stab, or actually, excuse me, that's the only thing to do. Blend it with the stab. Now, getting there, you have a bunch of different options. You could, the first thing that comes to mind is processing the kick and the stab together on a group with some kind of distortion or clipping. I think that could net you some insane results. But for example, we have something very similar in the Hardwell collab, and we just use impacts. It wasn't a kick. We used impacts because I think impacts have this, like, they have so much character and so much kind of dirt and roominess built into them. When you layer that with the stab, you get that kind of impact that you're looking for, right? But it blends so much better. So imagine if we were, like, recreating this idea just using this this sample here, and if we use the stab or an impact instead, excuse me. Like, let's use actually, I think this is the exact one we used in the Hardwell collab. I believe it was this one. So an impact, right? You see how that just sounds like more glued together automatically, like the sounds just work together better. If I used a kick like you did, right, like a hip hop kind of kick, like let's use this, like it can work, but there needs to be more work in the execution, right? Again, I would compress them together. I would try to saturate them. Even like OTT might be fun, but you'd have to be careful, right? Because you wouldn't want to overcook it, and then you would lose the impact of the kick. Therefore, I mean, personally, I would probably just opt for an impact. I think it's just easier. And the beautiful thing is, dude, there are probably a billion impact samples. So you can just, like, keep trying a bunch of different ones and see which ones match your stab the best. I think that's a good. I think it's a good option. Yeah, that's right. That's right, Plexity. I do love flangers. But yeah. So that's what I would do. Let's move on, because I do think that there's a lot here. This whole thing is perfect then after these notes, right? The big thing that I don't like, that I request you to fix, is that you take out the hook.
Hear me now, we are a different kind.
If I'm at a festival and I've got some drinks with me, and I'm with my friends, and I'm with my family, and I'm vibing, and I hear this come on, and they don't play the hook, I'm going to be a sad camper. Not a happy camper. I will be sad. I want to hear We Could Be Heroes. And the beautiful thing is, keep everything how you have it, right? Keep the lead coming in, keep the claps, keep all of that, but just bring out that hook for sure. It's one of the most iconic vocals in EDM. I definitely would recommend letting that ring out. Now, one other really interesting tidbit about this whole entire idea that I'm excited to share with you. So, I feel like you're executing certain ideas with a progressive house mentality. And although that can be a strong suit at times, I think in this case it's actually hurting you. So for example, there is way too much melodics happening here. And in fact, that like really popular phrase that's super cliche, that is less is more, is so true when it comes to these darker, clubbier kind of tracks. You have to understand that, you know, take your favorite club track or your favorite festival track. What makes them have that energy is actually the presence of space, the presence of silence. So when you are having this really mean synth, but then there's like an atmosphere and chords and like other stuff in the background, it's subtracting from the idea. And that's what I mean. Like in progressive house, that works perfectly, right? But sometimes using progressive house ideas in future rave or in bass house or big room is great. But in this case and some other cases, you need to be careful and you need to execute more like the genre calls for. So essentially, actionable piece of advice, just strip everything back. Keep the clap, keep the main drop synth, and then just only keep the Reese. Any atmosphere, just get rid of all of it. Let the main ingredients do the work. I also thought, just side note, I thought this bass stab was a little jarring. I would probably just remove that. I think you have you have a really cool drop synth already coming in, and then you bring the vocal back. I think that it's a little unnecessary. If you want to bring any stab back, bring the one from the intro back. And then, yeah, we already talked about the vocal timing. That whole thing just needs to start a little bit later. Now, let's talk about the build-up real quick, and then we'll touch on the drop. The build idea is actually really good, but one thing that you really need to do with these style tracks is build tension. I love thinking about build-ups like a roller coaster, right? Like, imagine you're going up this big roller coaster, you're building that hype, and you're getting higher and higher off the ground. You kind of want to invoke that feeling when you're making build-ups. And, you know, one of the most common and easy ways to do that is with a plugin like Endless Smile, right? Add some reverb, get that feeling going. But even though it's simple, it's so effective. And I desperately think that's needed here. That combined with like high-pass filtering or something like that, or both, or no, I said combined, but one or the other or both, I think would help you out tremendously. And then I'm thinking also a bigger pre-drop fill. Like almost keeping... I love the way your snare sound right here. So I'm thinking even if you had another snare playing the same rhythm, and then go into the drop, I think that might be better instead of this. Because like this right here, I feel like I need drums right there. Crazy drums. Think about actually the fill from Burn. That would be sick here. That would be so sick. Hold on. Yeah, exactly. This is what I mean. You need like a big snare roll, and then a nice little big snare right before the drop. I think that would be tremendous. I think that would help you out a lot. Now, circling to the drop, the big bad drop. Well, the good news is the drop idea is really good. Again, I think it just boils down to executing it with your future rave hat on, not your progressive house hat. Because the problem is, like, first of all, there's too much of like a melodic feeling happening. And it's mainly due to that atmosphere in the background. Like, just get rid of that. If you're going to have any kind of droning sound in a big room drop like this, the sound has to be mean. It's a very simple way of looking at it, but it's so true. Imagine if we took, let's say, like this atmosphere, right? From the last pack. I think we can all agree this would not sound good in this drop. Why? Well, it's like happy. It sounds more like for prog, right? That's the kind of mentality. It's very simple, but you need to think about the theme of your song, and you need to think about the theme of the samples that you're adding to your song and make sure they match up. The atmosphere that's in this drop, it sounds too melodic. It sounds too proggy. It needs to be mean, like the drop synth. The drop synth is really mean. Another big thing that I'm hearing actually is, again, I think there's a little bit too much sidechain on the lead, too much pumping. I think, especially with how cool the rhythm is, right? You got like a lot of those stutters. I want them to come through more obviously. I'm not good at that, so I apologize for how bad that sounded, but you get the idea. If it's sidechain too heavily, you're not going to get those tight notes coming through. The last big thing that will help you tremendously is the way you're doing your kick and bass. I feel as though I can't even really identify the source of low end or what you're trying to go for. Now, hear me out. In big club tracks like this, the low end has to be very clearly defined, and you have options, right? Like, so think about this. There are successful club tracks that just have a simple offbeat bass. There's the donk bass. There's a rolling bass. There's just your simple offbeat bass. There's like big room kick kind of basses where the kick and bass kind of give a stomping kind of feeling in terms of the envelope. So you have options, and I feel like right now I don't hear any of those options. It kind of just feels like kick and synth, and I want the bass. I can actually use, I have mixed in key live. Let me see. I don't think you guys will be able to see this. Yeah, you can't see it, but let me just pull up for a moment here. I want to see what key, mixing key. Mixed in key is picking up A sharp minor, which does check out. And that would make your life difficult because making a bass in A sharp minor is not the easiest task. But either way, man, I think that just having a simple offbeat bass, especially in future rave, is the easiest way to go. It's what I did in Man in Finance, right? If I pull up Man in Finance quick on Spotify in the background, it's just the kick. There's some other drums, but as far as main ingredients go, it's the kick, the lead, and then one offbeat bass sound. And it's just a sub even. It's a sub with a lot of harmonics. So listen to this drop. It's literally just a kick and an offbeat bass, and I can show you the exact samples. Let's see. Nope. Hold on. Stick with me. This is the Man in Finance bass. It's just this. Now, I say just this tongue-in-cheek. This was very much so manicured, and I spent a lot of time on it, but ultimately, you have the kick for the first half, and then you have the sub take over, and then ultimately you have a beautiful push and pull kind of relationship, but it works really great when you have this big kind of future rave lead, right? Because you're kind of doing it justice, but you're allowing the lead to, or excuse me, sorry, I meant to say that the kick and bass are doing its job. They're serviceable, adding that kind of thickness, the groove, and then you have the lead doing its thing. Where I feel like right now you just don't have that. Like you have the big lead, you have the kick, but there's not really a tangible bass. So experiment. Like this is just one option, right? You can go with a rolling bass. You can have a bass that follows the rhythm of your leads. Like there's a lot that you can play around with. But the simplest and most common in future rave, mind you, is just the simple offbeat bass. So that's what I would experiment with. All right. Guys, if you haven't already picked up on this, one of the cool parts about streaming and what I want to do in these streams is go super in depth, right? So when you get a lot of submissions, unfortunately, we won't be able to touch on a lot of tracks, but the tracks that we do touch on will go super in depth. And I think even if we don't talk about your track, there'll still be a lot of value. There'll still be a lot of things that you can incorporate into your own ideas and so on and so forth. So with that being said, it is time to go to the next one. We've got, I think, the name is pronounced Mia. I'm going to say Mia. Hopefully that's right. Let me also check the chat. I'm not good at checking chat yet, but this is my second stream. Give me grace, yo. How you doing? How are you doing? All right. Damien, you have to go soon. Okay. Mia's in the chat. What's up, Mia? All right, perfect. I'm going to check Damien's because he has to go. And I've seen Damien's been showing some nice love in the chat today, so I want to be able to check his. Garji, if you're talking about managed finance, am I using a long big room kick? Nah, it was just a regular kick. Regular kick. It was actually, I forgot what I called it. I put it in a Patreon pack though. I put everything in Patreon packs. What did I call it? I think it may have been Midnight Kick. I don't remember the month. I could find it. I feel like I shouldn't spend time on this. This isn't it. But it was basically this. It was essentially a very simple, clean, punchy kick. And then you see how it takes up this this half note, and then the other half note was just the sub, and that was managed finance, the low end. Yeah. All right. Damien, you and me, let's go. Let's take a gander.
You can take. Make me sweat, don't hold back. Feel the rhythm, feel the snap. Make me sweat, keep it tight. We'll be dancing through the night. Make me sweat, feel the vibe. Baby, come on, take me high. Make me sweat, don't forget. We'll just get it started. Come on, take the lead. Come on, take the lead. Baby, just what I need. Baby, just what I need. Got me caught up in your trance. Got me caught up in your trance. Show me how much you can take. Show me how much you can take. Don't be shy. Come on, take the lead. You don't know just. Baby, just what I need. Baby, know that everything. Got me caught up in your trance. Don't you let it break. Show me how much you can take. Come on, take the lead. Baby, just what I need.
All right, Damien. Let's go, man. Nice little big room techno action. So overall, I hear your ideas. I would say that the biggest thing that I'm hearing is overall execution. I think that the ideas are good across the board. I think that we can make some tweaks to the structure, and that would help a lot. And I think that when I say the execution can be improved upon, I think a few different techniques being implemented here will help out drastically. So let's get into it. Let's start from what we last heard, this last drop. I think this is a really cool idea. The good news is I think the melody is all here. I actually don't know if I would tweak this melody at all. Okay, actually that's a lie. I would tweak it. What I would do is I would have that dun 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 on bar 4 of the melody. I would have that on bar 2. So imagine, hold on, let me line this up correctly. I'm going to assume this is 140. Let's hope it is. Let's go like this. Right, so what I would do is I would have when the melody goes up, I would have that part over here. Right, obviously keep the kick going, and then repeat this part of the melody. And then here, maybe do something cool where you go down, you go dun 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 dun, or something like that. I think that would spice up the melody a little bit. But you're on the right track, because with big room techno and these types of tracks, you need to have the melody be a little elementary in a good way. Like, you don't want it to be overly complex. So you're there. I think that it's a really strong melody, and overall the sound is dope too. But I think the biggest thing that's holding this drop back is actually the kick and the bass. I think the kick and bass need to be executed a bit differently. So let's take a listen one more time. So the first thing that I'll say is the kick is a little bit too low in volume. Like, especially in big room techno, or just big room, whatever you want to call it, like, the kick needs to be the loudest thing by and large. And right now it doesn't feel like that. It feels like the kick is a little bit too quiet. Now, part of what's giving you that perception, or giving me that perception rather, is the bass is so loud. So I'm not exactly sure how you made this, but let's just assume that you have your kick and you have your bass on 2 separate channels. Your bass is far too loud, and it also has way too much low mid-range in there. Or rather, not even low mid-range, but just regular mid-range, like 500 hertz. Way too much happening there, and it's overshadowing the kick and the lead. So really important that you kind of manicure that area. What I recommend, if you're not doing this already, just take your kick on its own channel and put that right at 0. Do not touch it. Just leave it at 0. And then mix your bass accordingly. I can't even give you a decibel amount because it's different every single track. But what I will say is on your bass, there's definitely too much mid-range and not enough bass. I feel like there's so much tone and not enough actual feeling and warmth. So I would consider making a curve where you're removing, say, 500, 600, 700 hertz with a bell curve, and then upwards, say like 3 to 250 upwards, you have just a low shelf, giving you a nice boost. And that way, the idea would be to actually increase the warmth and presence in your bass, and at the same time, reduce the amount of like mud that's lying within the bass and is eating up so much headroom. Because ultimately, dude, that's kind of the big issue overall, is there's just a imbalance with everything. The kick is too quiet, the bass is too loud, and the lead is drowning. Now imagine if the kick was smacking in your face, the lead was on top of everything, and the bass provided a nice warm feeling. You'd be chilling, dude. You'd be chilling. So the hard thing with big room, I guess this applies to every genre actually, but you know, especially when there's not a lot of elements going on, right? You've got a kick, a bass, and a lead, essentially. You can't hide behind anything, you know? In some of the more complex genres, like progressive, where there's a lot of layers, you can kind of like hide behind stuff. It will ultimately get exposed, but there's no hiding here. You've got 3 elements, and every element has a magnifying glass on it, right? So point is that you have to really make sure that, especially in the more simplistic arrangements, everything is top notch. So start by what I suggested with your kick, make that adjustment to your bass, and then I think that'll get you in the right direction. I would perhaps also consider making the lead a bit beefier. I would probably do that with some kind of soft clipping. That's what I would do on the lead. And then if you're not already sidechaining it, sidechain it a little heavier. So if you're not, then add a little bit. And if you're already sidechaining, then just add a little bit more. I feel like it's kind of interfering with the transient of the kick just a little too much, but I do like that it's not ultra pumpy. That's very, very important. Let's talk about quickly. Let's go back in time a little bit. Let's talk about the arrangement. I'm just trying to find the spot. So I think overall, man, like the entire arrangement could just be condensed. I felt like there were times where I was expecting one thing and then something else was happening, and it took a long time to get to the meat and potatoes. I have a golden rule, and it's every 8 bars, something interesting needs to happen. Period. That's it. No exceptions. And you have to be brutally honest with yourself. Now, I feel like a lot of this and this got dragged on and could just completely be eradicated. It completely could be condensed. So I would suggest perhaps...
Come on, take the lead. Come on, take the lead.
Like, this is all dope.
Baby, just what I need. Baby, just what I need. Got me caught up in your trance. Got me caught up in your trance. Show me how much you can take. Show me how much you can take. Don't be shy. Don't be shy. Come on, take the lead. You don't know just
Wait for it.
what I need. Baby, don't let it break. Got me caught up in your trance. Don't let it break. Show me how much you can take. Come on, take the lead.
Yeah, I think that's kind of the big thing. Because the vocal progresses, you add drums, so that's fine. But I think it's this part right here where you introduce that lead. Just cut right to the chase and bring in the big synths. You have like this mini buildup, and then it goes into this, which is almost like a mini drop. I would rethink this, right? Completely get rid of this kind of buildup. The synth is cash money, and so is the melody. Awesome stuff there. Bring that over and then have like a hands up section with just super saws, no drums. I mean, if you're going to have drums, do like a clap or something like that. Have big super saws that lead a big re-space or a regular bass underneath, and go for that big euphoric kind of hands up feeling. That would make a lot more sense. And then honestly, yeah, like I wouldn't do anything with the kick. I would just completely get rid of that. Yeah, so I think if you have this hands up moment, let's say for, I mean, we could do it together briefly. Let's go here. Let's call this the main hands up moment. Right here, I would start the build, right? Like, why not? And you can even have the lead kind of tail off and repeat. That dun dun dun. Have that repeat while the vocal comes back in and the build-up starts. That would make a lot more sense in my opinion. And then over here, what this would look like. Like right here is where I would probably chop this and then have this big hands up moment. Something like that. I would also say in the beginning of the track, I think... Yeah, it was right around here. Something sounded out of key to me. So I would triple check what key you're in. It's definitely out of key. You have to probably say, you have to like pick, right? You have to say, when you're out of key, you have to pick the element that you want to not change. So probably in this case, it would be the vocal. So you have to find the key of the vocal and then make sure your kick and bass and all of your synths are in that same scale. And let's just say... One second. I'm not getting a good reading at a mixed in key. I don't know what key you made this in, but I would definitely say like try to find the key of the vocal and then make sure everything else around it is in scale. And it's very simple. So let me just quickly show you, try to give you an actual piece of advice. If the vocal's in A minor, that would only be the white keys. You have to make sure that every single thing in your track is just playing these notes. Nothing else. Now, yes, there are cases where you can have G sharp and all these other things, and that's fancy, but I would keep it a little bit simpler right now for you. Just if you're in A minor, stick with these keys. If you're in a different key, let's say you're in D minor, it would look like this. So C minor would look like this, and so on and so forth. You only want to use these keys. And then the last big thing for you that I'll say as far as big room goes is make sure the root note of the kick and the bass line is the same, right? So for example, let's say that vocal is in A minor. Don't make your bass in E. You have to make it in A. That would give it a lot more of a cohesive harmonic feeling. So, Damien, I hope that helps, my man. Keep it up. Love hearing this kind of big room techno action. And my favorite thing about this one is definitely that synth. I think that's disgusting. And I think a lot of potential with that melody. So, good stuff, man. Good stuff. All right. Chat, what's going on? How are we feeling? Oh my God, I missed a lot. Shit. I'm so sorry, guys. I have to get better at looking at both. Mexis, well said, man. I agree. A lot of advice, for much more than 30 minutes on one track with a lot of advice. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I prefer too. That's what I prefer too. All right. Let's see. Oh my God, Riley James is sick. Damn, bro. Hope you feel better, man. Mono. Damn. Oh my. Nian said, "May you turn back to stereo quickly." That's hysterical. Oh man, that's hilarious. No way, Damien is 13. Damien is 13? That's insane. Damien, I'll see you on Revealed soon, bro. My God. 13? Christ. That's insane, bro. Damien, keep it up, man. Wow. You would die of laughter if you heard what I was making at 13. That's insane, man. Good stuff. Holy shiitake. Halo. $10? Halo. Yo, Riley, you're crazy. Halo, thank you so much, man. That's very kind. Very generous. Thank you, man. All right. All right, Mia, you've been waiting patiently. Let's take a listen, bro. Also, Mia, I know you joined Diamond. Written feedback is still coming your way, but let's talk about it too. Let's go. All right. All right. All right. Mia. Little bit of nice, beautiful prog action. Overall, man, this is a really solid idea. I gotta say, the melody is probably the most captivating thing about this entire thing. Like, I am really attracted to the melody. I think the only thing is that last note, I want it to go down instead of up, but that doesn't matter. That's tomato type stuff. Overall, you did the hard part, which is coming up with a captivating melody for prog. I think that's like the hardest thing. So great stuff there, man. Let's talk about the production stuff, because I think a few things could be adjusted, and that would help you out tremendously. So the first thing that I instantly think about when I hear this track is the leads again. Now this time, I know a lot of the previous tracks I gave feedback on thus far today, it's all been the leads are kind of sinking, they feel sunk, I want them to come out more. You don't have that problem, which is good. The leads feel very elevated and they feel ethereal, right? Like how you want them to feel in prog, which is great. But here's where it's kind of funny. It almost sounds too washy, too ethereal. I need there to be a little bit more dry in there to bring them to the forefront. Because right now it's like, you have to keep in mind with progressive, like why is making progressive leads sometimes difficult? It's because, of course, with a lead sound, you want the lead sound to be in your face, but you're adding so much reverb and wet effects to get that progressive sound that naturally what those plugins do is push it back in the mix. So having that dry kind of layer or drier layer in the mix in your lead stack will help pull it to the front. Now that's just more of like a technical psychoacoustic thing, right? But more on just the sound. A lot of times too, having that layer in the stack makes the stack sound more expensive, we'll say. Because you don't want it to sound like you just layered a bunch of super saws and called it a day, right? Now, to your credit, this doesn't sound like an ultra generic super saw stack or something like that. I think there's already some character here, but I think if you pulled in just like a very simple saw sound, no crazy detuning or anything like that, I think just that alone would help you out tremendously in giving you a little bit of character, right? So for me, some like lead layering secret sauce, it's very simple actually. Try to just introduce as much contrast in your stack as possible. So in progressive house, obviously super saw is king, right? What's the opposite of the super saw? Layer that shit in the stack. You know, like the more contrast you have in your lead stacks, I think the more unique flavors, results, and textures you can get. Otherwise, just layering a bunch of super saws on top of each other, it's not usually going to net you a good result. I'm not going to say never, because I mean, probably, I'm sure at some point maybe it's possible, but in my experience, I can't remember the last time I don't have like a cool layer in my lead stack, or just something that introduces contrast in comparison to the super saw. Now, let's talk about some other stuff. You are very good at making ambient, beautiful break sounds, because this whole entire break feels very pretty, very beautiful. I think all of your synth and bass work is very good. Hold on. Yeah, this is so good. Nice bass, nice everything. The guitar is very pretty. Yeah, so I want to talk more about the break right now. What I would say is the biggest thing holding this idea back, and the thing that I would focus on first if this was my song, is actually the drums. I feel like everything is so pretty and beautiful, but the drums are a little too aggressive across the board. I feel like I need the drums to be a bit softer, a little bit more polite, actually. Normally I'm a big, I love when drums or bass are mean and disrespectful, but when you're making pretty progressive house, it needs to reflect the theme of the song, right? And the mood of the song. For example, tambourine, great choice. Can't go wrong. Timeless. But the clap is a bit harsh. Not like harsh, like, oh my God, it's ear piercing, but harsh, just like a little too aggressive. I would much rather you just use a snap. Just use a nice, pretty reverby snap. Or like, doesn't have to be a snap. It could also be like kind of like a organic clap, like something that you would see in like a cashmere clap, like those hand claps. Something a bit more organic, right? You always have to think about how the sounds in your track reflect the theme of the entire picture. And you've done such a beautiful job building this beautiful, pretty soundscape, and the drums need to also reflect that. So instead of using a clap like that, I think a snap or a hand clap would serve you much better. Further, going when the kick comes in, like, you're on the right track, don't get me wrong. But again, if we're talking about making small improvements that will make a big difference, just having a softer filtered kick would go a long way. Because this is too much knock. It has too much like... Yeah, it's like too much of this, right? Like too much knock, too much mid-range click. I want something more like... Not even like that, softer. Like this, something super soft, like this. I'm at 140 BPM, my goodness. That would make a big difference, I think. And then further, you've got that ride. Which I'm not crazy about either. It's a good ride, don't get me wrong, but I think it's just a little bit too aggressive. I would rather it be kind of like a small organic acoustic hat. So something like this. Think Audion. Audion is really good at that stuff. I would listen to some Audion music and try to get inspired by that. He's really good at programming his drums to match like the prettiness of the break. And then let me check the chat real quick, and then we'll talk about the build. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. Whoa, John B, how we doing? What's up, Zero? Word. Okay, so going to the build up now. Love, like, big kudos to you for layering the kick and the snare. That's an underrated trick. Love doing that myself. But one thing that I would love to hear is those leads popping through. Like right here. Keep that guitar playing, but start filtering in those leads and make it obvious. There's a chance that you're already filtering, but they might be so filtered or so quiet where I can't even hear them. You should have that filtered feeling right away when the build-up hits, because that's part of what gives you that progressive house feeling, is when you hear the high mids reverbed out on the build, or I guess the drop leads that are in the build-up coming in. That was kind of a sloppy explanation. I'm just going to show you a practical example here. Just give me 1 second. I'm going to pull up a stem. Let me pull this up quickly. Okay, maybe can't pull that one up. I'm not gonna lie, I am sitting on some crazy prog IDs, but I don't know if I should show that yet. What other songs have I made? Sorry, I was gonna try to show you an example. White Horses, maybe White Horses. Let me show you just the lead stem in White Horses. That's what I'm trying to show you. I want to show you how it should be filtered in the build-up. You need like just the right amount of filtering. Look, I even have the instrumental here so we can see it clear. So right there, like that lead is filtered, but it's bright at the same time. At around 1K to 1.5K, there's a lot of presence there, and that's what's allowing it to be heard, even though there's drums playing and pads and even a vocal in the full mix. But you can still get that feeling, and that's like, man, that's what makes progressive house so like energetic and hype, is when you have like that development in the buildup, right? So I would have a little bit more of that, and I don't know what just happened to my mic. My mic's falling apart, but I would have a little bit more of that in your buildup. If you don't already have your leads in there, filter them down, but filter them at around like maybe 1K at like a 24 dB slope. Maybe add a small resonance so that you get that little peak popping through, so they kind of cut through everything. And if you already have them in there, then adjust the filtering like I just mentioned. And that should help you out a lot. Let's also just quickly touch one more thing on the drop. Your bass is very good. Your bass is very good. I think that so this is kind of funny, maybe a little left field, but one thing that I would actually adjust if this was my song is I would adjust the drop ride. I don't like how long it is. I feel like your melody and everything is actually pretty well manicured, and then you've got this big splashy ride that's a bit long in length, and it almost takes away the finesse that you put into this drop, I feel like. I would tighten it up. And dude, don't underestimate it. Like if you listen to some big prog records, like sometimes that ride is pretty tight. Like it doesn't always have to be a whole bar, you know? So I would, or not a bar, but a whole note. So I would consider that, or it'd be a quarter note. I'm losing my marbles. Either way, folks, consider a slightly tighter ride for the drop. I think that's what I would do, because the fact that it's so noisy and so splooshy, it's not doing everything else justice. It's making everything else a little undermined, where everything is so well manicured. So that's what I would consider. But Mia, again, I will get you the more detailed written feedback. We can go a little bit more in depth. Get that to you next week, as previously mentioned. But good stuff there. Time to get another round of tracks in. Let's see what chat's saying. Let's see what's going on. I'm gonna have to use the restroom. We'll take a 2-minute break here in a second, but let's see what the chat's saying first. And Finance might be the single greatest song of all time. Yo, Halo. That's what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying. It's so funny because it's trolly. It's so trolly, but it's kind of a banger. It's kind of a banger. I can't even lie. It's so funny. All right. Guys, let me run to the bathroom real quick. Don't go anywhere. I'll play a little waiting music. Go get some snacks and beverages. I'm gonna get another brewski. I'll use the bathroom, and then and we'll keep this party going. We have plenty of tracks to check out still, just on Spotify. Let's get that Fourth Dimension. Come on. All right, BRB, guys.
Higher than before, yeah. Take me to a fourth dimension. Left me wanting more. I don't want this to end, yeah. Higher than before, yeah. Take me to a fourth dimension. Left me wanting more. I don't want this to end, yeah. fourth dimension. Left me wanting more. I don't want this to end yet. Higher than before. You take me to a fourth dimension. Left me wanting more. I don't want this to end. Take me to a fourth dimension.
All right, folks. Second drop time. Guys, if the music isn't giving you a stank face, I don't know what is. All right? Or I don't know what will, rather. The kick. Yo, I can give you guys a fun little tip, actually. When I was mixing this thing down and trying to dial in the kick, and excuse me, I don't mean to tap the mic, I'm trying to fix this. Got unscrewed a little bit. Yo, I kept my volume so low when I was mixing. Like, barely could hear it. And I kept mixing it until that click of the kick was coming through like no one's business. And it shows, like, when I play this track, even at a very low volume, you still hear that kick snapping. Man, I love it. I love it. I hope you guys love it as much as I do. All right. Let's get back to business, though. I'm back. Refreshed. Let's check out some more tracks. Let's see. Oh, no. Thought we were going to get a spillage here. All right, let's see. So we already checked out, we checked out Damien, who is free and was also 13. Absolutely insane. That guy's got a great future ahead of him if he keeps making music, because 13 is wild. 13 is actually insane. Let's check out, sorry, Diamond. We did Diamond. Also, Capes, Carlo, if you're watching the stream, the SoundCloud link is broken. So if you could fix that, let me know. Because I can't access anything right now. Okay. So next would be West Flames. Ooh, there's no download link. Unfortunate. So guys, let me tell you something. The reason the download links are so preferred is, number one, I like to listen in FL Studio. I like to try stuff. But more importantly, SoundCloud absolutely botches quality. It's horrible to listen back to. It destroys everything. So, I mean, we will listen to it on SoundCloud because that's the move. But just going forward, I definitely prefer if you can make it downloadable so we can listen in full quality. With that being said, I'm preparing this for you guys right now. I just want to set it up so that you guys can see my browser. Oh, I'm not logged in on my SoundCloud. What is my SoundCloud login? Maronami. I really don't know my SoundCloud login. It is a Corona. It is a Corona. It's a Corona Premier. Only 90 calories. Not sponsored. That'd be dope if they sponsored it. It's just it's what I've been drinking lately. Guys, SoundCloud is so dumb. It's not even letting me listen to it. Oh, that's a lie. I got it. I figured it out. Okay. Stick with me. Here we go. We're about to check out West Flames' record on what is this? Google Chrome. Let's hit them with Control F3, perhaps. Boom. All right. Let's listen, guys. break is crazy.
Can't fake it. I could be your everything. Wanna be your everything. Look at me with those eyes. I could be your everything. Wanna be your everything. Look at me with those eyes. I can stay by your side. I can stay by your side. And I can stay by your side. By your side. By your side.
Yo, I can't lie. This shit is fire. This shit is fire. Okay, so here's the deal. This is very good. This is very, very good. I'm going to give you what my thoughts are personally. Like, if this was my song, like, what I would do differently. But I need to straight up say that this is extremely good. So, just take that for what you will. I mean, just hats off. This is a really, really, really strong big room techno idea. If this was my song, here's how I would improve it. I think, again, I'm going to be super nitpicky right now. But that's just because I'm pretending like this was my song. I think that okay, so I think it was, sorry, hold on, let me lower this so I could talk and play it. There is so much good stuff here. Like, I love this and I want more of it. So in my mind, I'm instantly like, I want more of this. That, and then like, that combo is incredible. But I feel like I never really got it in the break. I kind of wanted a whole moment where, imagine if, oh man, there's a song that does this and I can't think of it right now. But I guess like the easiest example to think of is like an anima track, right? Where it's very dramatic and there's like brass stabs and there's like a crazy synth, like you're kind of doing that with trance influence. And I want that in the break. And I feel like, yes, I kind of got it here. And that's not a bad melody. Like, it's definitely serviceable. It's solid. But I'm like, there's something special right here. And I want it, man. I want it. So, okay, if this was my song, that would be my section. So, okay, think of The Code. W&W and Umet Ozkin. One of the best, or Ozcon, one of the best big room tracks of all time. That hands up section, or the break, it has like this call and response, right? Between this lead and this like pitch bendy thing that they were doing. That's kind of what I think you should do for this hands up moment. That's what I like to call it. The big synth section in the break. It should be a combination, a call and response between that anima style synth and that trancey ARP lead. I think if you can play off each other back and forth, some big brass stabs underneath, oh my God, you would have an absolutely amazing break. The break you have is good, don't get me wrong. Again, I'm being super nitpicky right now. The whole entire track is very, very good. I would also say, I think that for me personally too, I think the build-up could be a little bit, have a little bit more character, the build-up. Because I feel like the build-up is very functional, right? It's doing the job. But I feel like it's almost expected. It's like, yes, the synths are filtering down, you're filtering the other synths up, build snares are coming in, but it feels vanilla, for lack of a better word. I want there to be something like a little bit more interesting happening in the build-up. And maybe it just means creating more tension. Maybe it means if you were to run with the idea that I'm suggesting with a little anima, call and response kind of deal, then in the build-up, you can create a lot of tension by having like that brass stab with the anima lead play, right? Have just like a respace, kind of take away all those frequencies, have a filtered build snare come in, and then start previewing the drop synth that way. To me, that would maybe create a little bit more tension, because I think that's the problem. I feel like there's not enough tension being created in the build-up. Not enough of that roller coaster feeling that I like to feel. But again, I don't care if I sound like a broken record. This is a really sick song. So I'm just being super nitpicky to try to be helpful and to tell you what I would do differently personally. But I mean, this is awesome. This is really sick. I mean, dude, so sick. I love the drops. West Flames, this is great, man. Excellent stuff. Excellent stuff out of West Flames, man. Come on. Hope you're in the chat, because that's awesome. That was great. All right, let's move on. Let's see what you guys are saying. And let's keep things pushing here. Next up. Okay. Let's do. You guys are going to pick for me, but you're not going to know. Ready? Let's pick a number. Pick a number 6 through. No, that's not going to work. Hold on. Okay, guys, pick a number 56 through 64. 56 through 64. Pick a number. No, not 6, 7. I mean, fuck it. We could do 6, 7. Is that what the Gen Z kids want these days? We could do 6, 7. I'll throw in 6, 7 right now. 6, 7 is this demo right here. That's 6, 7. You guys can't see that. Hold on. That's 6, 7. Pick another number, though. 58, 62, 60, 63, 60. I'm seeing 63 a lot, so we'll do 63. Or 63 the most. Oh my god, 63 is Vlade. No way is Vlade back. Oh. Vlade. Oh man, if you guys missed it, the previous stream, Vlade hit me with an absolute heater. Mod on. Okay. Well. Alright. Let's pick a few more while we're here. Let's get Martin. I like this track title, Illusion. No, it's been removed, Martin. If you're watching, your track's been removed, dude. Try to update the link. How about... This is another cool name. Blackout by William. Let's download this one. Download a few more, and then we'll all kind of go through all of them. Who else do we got here? Let's pick another freebie. Guys, if anyone is a free member, write in the chat right now. The first one to respond, I'll throw your track in here. If you submitted the form. Whoa, me. I saw me. Neon. Neon's quick. All right, Neon won. Yo, I don't make the rules. I mean, I do, but... Oh, okay. Never mind. I thought the link was broken. We're good. All right. Rhythm Master. Woo. This waveform. Yo, look at you guys. Like a proud dad. This is what I like to see. Okay. Let's run through these 4, guys. Let's start with Ryos at the top. ID 3. Let me mute my mic so that there's no feedback.
Took your time, get into me. Tonight you're mine to keep. So keep on moving with the guitar time. Under the starlight, took my hand, hold me close. We only began 2 songs ago. So keep me up against your body. This feels good, like nothing else could. I can't imagine you need to stop by. It would be tragic. Just listen to the rhythm. Don't keep me alive. I've been so patient. I hope I'm dreaming, but if I am, please don't wake me.
Okay. ID3 by Ryos. By the way, I hope I'm saying your name right. I think it's Ryos. Oh, or Ryos. Either way, dude, really sick one. It's dope, man. I gotta say, very, very, very good job with this lead stack. Obviously, I can hear the kind of Nexus flare, the old school Nexus flare, but I love that. I think that fits so well with this progressive vibe. And I think it was executed really well, actually. So the broad piece of advice that I can give you with this drop that I think would help transform this idea even more is you need more mid-range harmonics in the drop, specifically chords and atmosphere. I feel like I'm getting a lot of leads and a lot of bass, but I feel like with how pretty the melody is and how pretty the lead is, I feel like I want more chords to give it that like progressive drive. You know what I mean? I think, maybe you were trying to do a little Ryos style, which is make the bass a lot more aggressive. But I do think that with your style, but rather the lead that you have in here plus the melody, I feel like you should lean a little bit more towards like pretty, beautiful, euphoric, and therefore make the chords in the drop more obvious. So like, for example, you could have a big, beautiful choir pad or a big, beautiful trance pad and have that be in the drop, but have that take precedent over the bass, right? So it should be like leads, pads, bass. Instead of right now, it feels like leads, bass, and I'm not even sure if you have chords in here. Yeah, I hear some chords, but they're like tucked. And that's fine for some ideas. Don't get me wrong. I do that all the time. But this is a really cool idea that I think should be a little bit more euphoric. Also, I don't want to, what's it called? I don't want to, what's the freaking word? I don't want to glance over this. That's not the right word. I don't want to, shit, it's not coming to me. Essentially what I'm trying to say is I want to express the importance of using beautiful pads in these style drops. I feel like a lot of guys, they just use like super saw chords or saw chords. And don't get me wrong, like you need them, right? You need them. But it goes back to what I said too about the leads earlier when I'm talking about lead stacks. Like you need to have contrast, right? And further, just having like saw chords cutting through the drop, it's not always exciting. Like you should have something like a beautiful pad accompanied with the saw chords. And that gives you like best of both worlds, right? Don't underestimate like how much of a difference that will actually make in this drop. So I would say that. But other than that, the drop is very, very like good. It's executed well. I think your biggest downfall, so to speak, is in the break. A downfall is harsh, but what I'm trying to say is I think that there's a lot of room for improvement in the break. Specifically the hook. This is the first thing. Now, I know you said a message. You mentioned that you messed up on the break. I don't know where exactly you did, but it's still worth mentioning for anyone else that maybe that doesn't hear it. This hook is honestly just straight up a bit too busy. Especially for the vibe that you've created. I think you're begging for a kind of a hook where the vocal could just shine. like most progressive house tracks. I feel like right now you've got like this idea of the gated synth, and then you have this idea of like orchestral drums, and then you have this vocal, and it's a little bit too much of everything. I would almost rather you strip everything back and just let the vocal shine with a pad. Like, do not underestimate how powerful simplicity is. It's a cheat code. And take it from me. I've been making music for so damn long now. Probably like a little over 13 or 14 years. I don't know. I can't do math. Point is, I was very much so in the camp that I thought like, yes, everything needs to have everything at all times, meaning my break needs to have 50 layers and my drop needs to have 100 layers and all my mixer tracks need to be like, no, there is so much power in simplicity. Don't get me wrong. There are times where you need to kind of ramp it up and ramp up the processing and use a lot of layers. But like, there's certain moments, especially in big, beautiful breakdowns like this, where actually stripping things back would give you so much of that feeling that I believe you're looking for, especially in a progressive house setting. You know, for example, like, think Radiate, right? Radiate with Kashmir and Nil6. Like, the hook pad is like one or maybe 2 layers. It's 2 layers once it progresses a little bit, but it's like, I can't find it quickly. I don't want to get too sidetracked here, but like, listen to Radiate. All those pad, it's just like one pad. It starts off one pad and then a second high pad is brought in. But either way, the point is that it's relatively simplistic. And I think there's a lot of power in that because you're allowing the vocal to breathe. And you should take a page out of pop, rap. Like, those producers leave so much room for the vocals. And obviously in EDM, like, of course we want to make it more spicy than pop or hip hop, but we could take some inspiration from there and leave some nice room for the vocal within the arrangement, by the way. I'm not talking about mixing. Like, it has nothing to do with mixing. It has everything to do with just leaving a pocket for that vocal within the production itself. Overall, though, man, very impressive. I want to listen to the drop one more time because it did impress me. It impressed me, but I still stand by what I said. I think if you find a way to inject some awesome mid-range energy via pads or atmosphere or both, you're going to be set. I think that's what this idea is missing. But, I mean, you've got a lot of great bones here, man. So great job, Ryos. Hope I'm saying your name right. Good stuff, man. Nah, not the Super Saw lasagna. Nah, not the Super Saw lasagna. I'm stealing that. That's hilarious. All right. Let's move on. Oh God, we have Vlade. Now I'm gassing this on now. Let's see. Let's go.
Underneath it, lose control, your heart is beating. I just want your eyes on me. Move that body, feel it breathing. He is rising underneath it. Lose control, your heart is beating. I just want your eyes on me. 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 feel it breathing. Heat is rising underneath it. Lose control, your heart is beating. I just want your eyes on me. I just want your eyes on me. I just want your that body, feel it breathing. Heat is rising underneath it. Lose control, your heart is beating. I just want your eyes on me. Move that body, feel it breathing. Heat is rising underneath it. Lose control, your heart is beating. I just want your eyes on me.
Dude, another banger out of Vlade, man. Vlade, you're a talented motherfucker. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm not gonna lie. Man. Wow. All right, so Vlade, here's what I think. I think that overall the idea is fire. I think you're a talented producer, no doubt. I think with this particular idea, I think I almost want just a completely different lead sound for that little call. No, it's fire. It's fire. I think it's a taste thing for me. I think that the lead is dope. Maybe it's the melody. I can't quite put my finger on it. Don't get me wrong, it's fire. Just personally, I feel like there's something that I'm not like fully getting hooked onto, but I love the vocal, and I especially love this second drop, this little... Yeah, it's such a great way to add energy in the second drop. I mean, dude, another banger, man. I mean, this guy's nice on the sticks. I can't even lie. I also love that between his last track that he submitted to me and this one, there's a clear sound here. Like, Vlade's got a sound. And I think that's such a great thing to have, especially if you guys are up and comers. Like, if you can, find your style of doing things or your way of doing things. I mean, man, that's such an asset. And this has a same kind of cohesiveness that his previous song had, which I love too. So, I mean, man, I think Vlade's onto something. I'm not even gonna lie. I think if as far as actional feedback goes, I would probably say like my only feedback besides that lead thing, which I think is just a personal note for me. I don't know. There's something about it that I'm not like fully in love with. I can acknowledge that it's solid, right? Like, it's not bad. But as far as like technique and technicals go, I mean, he's producing things fantastically, right? I think that what I can say though, from a technical standpoint, I feel like you can use just a little bit more separation between your kick and sub. I feel like the kick and sub, instead of it feeling like so, it almost feels like too glued together right now. I want there to be a little bit more push-pull and a little bit more of a feeling of like, I feel the kick and I feel the sub. And then I feel the kick and I feel the sub. Right now, it kind of just is like, it's almost like how you'd want your kick and bass to be in progressive house. But I think in a track like this, I want it to feel like there's a bump every single time that bass is hitting. And then I would also say that maybe the hats could just be like, not even louder, but perhaps a little bit of excitement in the 10K region with like Ozone Exciter. I think that's what I would do. Again, guys, we're talking about minutia here because Vlade is nice on the sticks, right? So there, we only can really work with the details. However, the details, the tiny details, again, don't care if I sound like a broken record. It's what makes you good, man. Attention to detail is what separates you, man. That's how you get to the top. Last thing I want to say is this break right here. I don't know if I love the bass sidechaining and nothing, like no kick playing, but that's a personal quirk. I usually don't like that. If there's no kick, I usually don't like sidechaining stuff. It's serviceable though. It works well. I think that's a personal thing of mine. The vocal's sick though. I mean, the second drop's hype. I can't even lie. Yeah, man. Vlade's nice, man. Shout out Vlade. Vlade, what a pleasure, man. Thank you for submitting another one. All right, next up, we've got, I believe his name was Will, with Blackout 2025. Let's take a listen. All right, Will. I apologize if that's not your name. I think I saw Will in the little description. I see WA, but dope track. I have a question. Is this hold on, let me see 1 second. I'm curious, is this supposed to be like a 2025 version of Hardwell's Blackout? Or am I tripping? Let me listen to that real quick. I could be completely tripping. Hold on 1 second.
The Fantastic Four First Steps is
not an advertisement.
I herald his beginning.
1 second, guys. No, I think it's completely different. I think I'm tripping. Okay, either way, doesn't matter. I think there's a lot of good stuff here. Let's talk about the drop first and foremost, and then this also kind of applies to the intro. I think the biggest pitfall with this idea is the kick. It's way too quiet. You can even see it just in the waveform here. This kick, I want this ish at 0, bro. I want this at 0. The kick should look like this in like the context of the whole track. Bloop. At least like that. When I look at the waveform of the song, it should look closer to this, the kick drum, not this. It's just an indicator that simply the kick is too quiet. And I think you can hear that throughout the intro, but also, of course, the drop. Now, it's also worth considering, like, I almost feel... You have options here, because I was going to say, you can take this like a Nicky Romero third-party, kind of modern protocol electro house direction, or you could even take this in like a big room techno Hardwell direction. Like, I think that you're in this interesting like crossroads here, because I would say overall this does give me like revealed vibes. But I was going to say, like, it feels like you need to pick a direction and then move fully in that direction, right? It feels like maybe too much of a split between ideas and concepts. So, for example, we were just speaking about the kick. I think for the kick drum, you could easily swap this out for a aggressive, knockier, kind of techno-y kick. I use techno in air quotes because I don't want it to be super thumpy or boomy, but just like a slightly dirtier transient, right? I think that would give you a nice main stage big room feeling, 2025, 2026, whatever. Or if you went the Nicky Romero like third party route, think like Enemy, or they have that one collab Shut Up, which is also really dope with Mark Roma. Mark Roma also helped. He was a part of that other song I just named too. But either way, trying to give credit to everybody. I think in those tracks you could get away with a more progressive house kind of kick, right, where it's a bit softer. But even still, I think this kick is a little bit too soft for my taste. I think it could be a bit punchier. And I could tell you, like, yeah, you know, you should probably boost, like, let's say 150 hertz or maybe 120 hertz to get a little bit more knock. But truthfully, I find it much easier and more efficient to just replace the kick. Because there's a million good kick samples in every freaking sample pack. Just try to find a different kick that has a little bit more of that chest feeling. Where every time it hits, yes, you have that clicky, satisfying feeling, but it hits in your chest a little bit. Right now, this feels like slightly mushy to me. And part of that is due to level, but I think the other part is sound design, or sound selection, rather. Okay, further. The drop lead is very, very good. Big hats off to you for the crispiness. Like, that is something that I feel like people have a hard time nailing, and you did a really good job. Like, the lead feels very well balanced. It's crispy. It's in my face. It's energetic. I got to give you, like, your props, man. The lead sounds very good. I think if I'm being ultra particular, I would revise the MIDI because I love how fast and rhythmic it starts and then it gets slower, right? So I'm not even going to try to mimic that rhythm with my mouth because that would just be an epic fail. But let's just arbitrarily say there's like 9 MIDI notes, right? And then it slows down. I think it feels too much of a contrast. Like, either go slow or go fast. Don't go fast and slow, fast and slow. Sometimes contrast is great. I'm a big advocate for contrast, but sometimes it can actually shoot you in the foot. And I feel like that's what's happening right now. I would probably stick fast because I think it starts so dope. It's very simple, by the way. Especially the faster the rhythm, the more repetitive it should be. So all you have to do, man, is copy this MIDI in your piano roll and paste it to bar 2. And then you can adjust the notes, like the actual note that it's playing, to get some variety, but the rhythm should stay the exact same. And that is what I would do. And I think that would help a lot in keeping the energy and the pace up. Man, that's a really great synth, though. If I'm being honest, that might be my favorite drop lead of the day. Yeah, I'm going to say it's my favorite drop lead of the day. Very, very nice. Don't love this ride, though. So, this is what's really interesting. I think using rides as a way of adding energy is such a... It's a great tool most of the time. But sometimes adding a 4 on the floor ride can give this feeling of lethargicness or like sluggishness in a weird way. I would much rather you incorporate a hi-hat here playing on the offbeat or like a 16th note shaker or something like that to add drive and pace within the drum group instead of the ride. Like, again, the ride is not bad per se, but I think for my taste personally, it does kind of slow things down a bit. I want there to be a little bit more groove in the drum group. Big kudos on the clap fill, by the way. Very nice. And let's see here. And yeah, I wanted to touch on this too. I think you hit the nail on the head with the drop lead in the first half of the drop. I wouldn't go up an octave. I think you did such a good job designing this lead. I would just keep that, right? Keep it for the second half of the drop, but then find other ways to make the second half of the drop spicier and add variety that way. You already added on-beat claps, which is a nice idea. In these types of tracks, it's a really good idea to add like some kind of cool riser in the background. For example, someone mentioned it before. I saw something about the underground, but me and Danik did that in the underground. Like the second half of the drop, there's this really cool riser, and I feel like it adds so much energy, and it adds that interest to keep the listener engaged. So I would probably add some kind of cool tonal riser. Don't just grab the first sweep you find, but spend some time and find a riser that actually plays really well with the synth. And imagine something like what's that Swedish House Mafia song? I don't know if it's Antidote or if it's a different one. It's one of the classics. But the laser, the woo, 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 woo. It even though it's just a riser, it added so much to the drop. So I would spend some time like designing the right riser or finding the right riser, whatever your preferred method is. And then let's skip over to the hands up section with the super saws, because I have some notes here, but let's check the chat first. Yo, Mexus, have a good night, man. Later, bro. Michael, yeah, I'm still checking tracks, dude. I have my spreadsheet from everyone that submitted, and I'm kind of just like selecting randomly now. Okay. So, yo, hands up section, right? So a few things can instantly make this thing a lot more powerful. Let's start with the lows. I think that you've got that nice little crispy bass in there, mid bass. I hear that nice, but you don't really have a sub. You almost always want to have a sub in these big hands up moments. Further, I don't love the actual bass tone that's in the mid bass. I love the crispiness and the mid range kind of drive that's in there, but I don't love the actual bass frequencies that are living from 80 to 250 hertz. So what I would recommend, add a sub, and then maybe even add like some kind of respace or some kind of warm bass. It's up to you. I personally would use a respace, but make it mono, and try not to use a respace that has a lot of detune or like a ton of unison. But use something a little bit more controlled, something a little bit more like analog flavored, and I would use that for warmth, and then use that crispy bass that you have in there, and just remove some lows out of it, and just have that kind of as the driving factor. So that would help give your entire hands up section a lot more of a solid foundation. And then as far as the synths go, I feel like you need to go for a little bit more of a classic super saw dotted rhythm, bum, 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 and therefore like not have such a prominent lead. I think you need to actually lean more into the super saws. A good example is, not to plug, but the new song that came out today, Fourth Dimension, like is a great example. The super saw is a very snappy, and it can be done in a way where it's modern and it doesn't feel dated, but is still giving you that classic kind of big room feel. Because I think that having such a prominent, like squeaky-esque kind of lead in this section, I just don't know if that's the best course of action, especially because I do hear the super saws in the background lately. I'm like, you've got gold there, you know? Use that, prioritize that over that lead. That's what I would do personally. And maybe a fun trick for you is actually in Fourth Dimension 2, in the super saw stack, I do have a lead. I have a layer in that super saw stack that's not playing chords. It's just playing the top melody, but it's also a super saw. And that's to kind of give it, it's more to define the melody good and more prominently, but still keep that super saw sound, that golden era sound intact. So that's maybe something that I would suggest here as well. And lastly, the build I really enjoyed. I think your snares are very, very good. Very good snares. I think what I'm missing, especially from like here to here, I think that pluck is just simply too filtered. I think that pluck could be far brighter, and I'm not necessarily saying like sizzle, but imagine, right, let's do it quickly. Oops. Let's try parametric EQ because Fab Filter is bugging before. I'm gonna see if this works. Okay, it does. So this is gonna sound crazy because I'm gonna EQ the entire track, but just only pay attention to the pluck for a second. Right? You see what I mean? Like if we could bring out that mid-range just a little bit more on the pluck. I'm missing some tone. I'm missing some melody. It just kind of sounds like effects are happening and I'm not really, I don't know what to follow, right? But if you keep that ARP, which is a really dope sound and a cool melody, if you make that the kind of star of the show right now, then it keeps the build a little bit more interesting and easy to engage with. So that's what I would recommend there. And that's probably it, man. I think overall you've got some good stuff. Actually, one bonus note. I noticed you've got like an intro for an extended mix, but no outro. So definitely do that. Like if you're going to have an extended intro, definitely have an extended outro. And that just helps DJs mix it. So that's a fun little last bonus tip. But all right, let's keep it going, guys. Let's see what's going on here. Rafe, any chance of free download of the You Make Me Feel remix? Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good idea. I was thinking about that. So originally I made it just for my sets. My problem is right now it's at a spot where I can play it live, but it's not at a spot where I'd be comfortable releasing it. Because if we're going to listen to an HQ, there's like a lot of mixing things and nerdy stuff that I'd want to do to it. But I just don't have the time right now. Like I'm prioritizing a lot of other releases. But if I can lock in and find the time for that, I definitely would. Because it goes off live. I recently played it, and it sounded insane live. Yeah, maybe. Maybe, man. Right now, it'll just stay as a thing for my sets, but definitely will consider finishing that. All right, so next up, we've got Neon. Neon said something hilarious before. Neon said, what did he say? He said Supersol lasagna or some shit like that. I think Neon said Supersol lasagna. Let's see if Neon has Supersol lasagna in his track. This is Rhythm Master, though. Is this going to be like dubstep? Nah, it's at 128. All right, let's listen. Let's take a listen, folks.
Is a rhythm master.
Yo, this is crazy, Neon. Whoa. Okay. There's a lot to unpack here. First of all, this is really insane, man. This is really creative and just, bro, this is dope as fuck. I don't even know. I'm trying to censor myself. This is dope as fuck.
Oh, that boy is a rhythm master.
That's crazy, man. That is crazy. Okay. So let's address the elephant in the room. Dog, your production is very, very good. Like very, very good. So you know what that means? That means we're about to get real nerdy, and that means getting a little nitpicky. So what I would do if I was tasked to improve this idea, if this was a song I was working on, I think the biggest thing that I don't like, and let's say it one more time, there's so much great stuff going on here. Like, I really enjoyed this. But I think the biggest pitfall for me is the kick. The kick feels like it's just being slammed a little too hard and no longer feels warm or like it's giving me like that good solid punch in the low end. It now just kind of feels like just this rhythmic thing. And simply, this just happens when you push kicks too hard. So, I mean, we can see your waveform doesn't look that offensive, but we can see how hard you're pushing it. Sometimes it's as simple as just seeing, sometimes it's as easy as lowering your mastering, how much gain reduction you're doing,
Oh, that boy is
or
a,
how hard you're just pushing your master in general.
oh, that boy is a rhythm master.
Insight's still not loading for some reason, but you're hitting like -6.3, which is that's not bad at all. Which means that it's probably just it's a mixing / sound selection thing. So I think with this kick, right? I think it's got too much like 400 to 500, that almost boxy kind of sound. And if you were to perhaps scoop that out, you would maybe make a little bit more room and not get that kind of distorted clipping kind of kick sound. And therefore, you get a little bit more groove in the low end. Because I think that's what I'm missing the most. Like, as sick as that chop is, I feel like I want a little bit more of that, we'll call it warmth or thickness in the entire drop. And this happens, again, sometimes when you push your track too hard. In this case, that's not what's happening. Your track is not mastered at an overly loud level. But maybe there's something on the group that's happening, or maybe just the kick sample that you're using is already too distorted. It's hard to say without seeing the project, but that's like the main thing. I think like fixing that would be a tremendous W for you. If you're not already, by the way, like I would 100% use Knock 2 as a reference for this style. 100%. And I think he's also really good at having like crazy loud tracks, but mixing them in a way where the kick still has that, you know, chest feeling, where every time that kick hits, it's a clean, like low end hit. Where right now, you know, this one, like I said, it's starting to sound a little too distorted. And what happens is when your signals, especially low end signals, start to get distorted, you're just going to simply lose that warmth, right? So, you know, one thing that maybe you could try besides getting or swapping out the kick entirely, like do that, but also make sure whatever your low end source is, say it's a sub, an 808, whatever, just make sure that when that kick is hitting, it is completely out of the equation. And make sure that any of these like chops or cool tom fills or anything else that you have, if it has bass frequencies, that's okay. But make sure any sub, anything below 80 hertz is just eradicated completely. And the idea is you would want to just create as much headroom as possible so that the actual sub frequencies in the drop have more room to pop. But man, such a fun chop. And I saw, someone said that this is this a like popular Hindi or Indian song, or is this an original? Either way, man, yeah, like this is really refreshing. I love the ethnic vibe. So much good stuff happening here. One other like fun note, maybe like just being super particular. Let's say I were to play this live, right? I would not recommend personally have this kind of like breakbeat section happen after this moment where you have some drums and you've got some energy building with the vocal. I feel like it's a little anticlimactic. I feel like I would much rather you have this big kind of, I'm not sure what that instrument's called, but whatever the lead is right here, I would almost rather hear that just without drums in like a euphoric kind of feeling. So maybe with like a bass and a pad, and then have that lead with a crazy like reverb or delay on it, and have this moment of like euphoria / an interlude kind of vibe. That's more of a personal thing more than anything, but perhaps something worth considering, because I just feel like having this section and then into that and then into this break, I don't know. Again, it feels a little anticlimactic for my taste, but we're splitting hairs here. This is overall really, really sick track. One other like really nerdy tip that might help you is in this section. What would make this section feel a bit bigger, actually, is straight up more compression on the elements happening here. And you can kind of see it. There's a lot of dynamics here. And obviously dynamics are fine. Like, that's not a bad thing. But especially for the amount of energy that's in this song, I definitely feel like this section could use a boost of energy. And, you know, I know compression could be a tricky topic at times, but something that very simply changed the game for me is thinking about compression as a way of adding energy, or as a means of adding energy. So in this entire section, like, I don't know, you've got that sound, that like string, you've got some drums. On those groups, I would just add some more compression, man. And hopefully, especially on that string, if you were to like slam it a little bit with compression, that reverb tail would come up and fill in those gaps a little bit. And I think that would give you a lot more of that main stagey build-up kind of sound. Again, very small details, but I think it's worth it. This second drop is ridiculous, by the way. Yeah, crazy, man. Crazy. Dope one, dude. Neon. That's amazing, man. All right. So we'll probably do like one more batch of tracks. And then call it wraps. It's getting kind of late here. Streaming for a while, I think, right? 3 hours now. Come on. Hope you guys have been enjoying the stream. We on YouTube now for this one. And it's been fun. It's been fun, man. Yeah, we did a few free ones. We'll do a few more free ones, and we'll address some of the other tiers as well. We've got silver to go through, some more silver, and then and let's do it, man. All right. So let's get. Okay, so we got Fable here. Let's download this one. Okay, and then let's get this one here. Oh, this is a non-downloadable. Okay, I'll put this in Chrome. Yeah, guys, just give me 1 second while I finish setting this up. And then we'll be good to go here. Okay. Whoa. That one's supposed to start. Okay. Boom. And then let's get a few more here. Yeah, guys, and by the way, when you're sending these, make sure that the links are downloadable. That is very helpful. Okay, this is oh, that file doesn't exist. Damn. Yeah, make sure the links work. Some links I'm clicking, there's no file. There's no file. All right. Here we go. Here's one. This is another streaming one. Put this over here. And then let's do one more free one as well. Let's do... I like this guy's name. Link is broken. Mod on, guys. All right, what are you gonna do? Link is broken. Here we go. This one's good. Download this one. Michael. Pop it in FL. And then we'll do this one as well from Jack. Okay. All right, so this is Jack Star ID. All right, cool. So we're going to run through these in FL, and then I've got a few SoundCloud links pulled up. So let's do it. We'll start with Fable and Robbie Rosen, Immortal. Let's do it.
If it's us against the world tonight, the world don't stand a chance. We can see forever in our minds, 'cause we were born to last. Through the fire, through the flames, we will rise, break the chains, take this life by the reins, stand the test of time, ain't going away, 'cause we're immortal. You can't hold us down for too long tonight. We're immortal. We're eternal, the spark in us never dies. We're immortal. We're immortal. We're immortal. We're immortal.
All right, dope one out of Fable, man. So the first thing that comes to mind, I think I want to hear, it's kind of like that other track before too. It had a similar issue. I feel like I want this to either go full on big trance progressive, like Jason Ross style, like big super saws, or go in this like a new kind of speed garage kind of direction, right? The reason I'm saying that is he's got like these cool hats and this really cool like mean respace, but then like some big saws. But I think the combination of two, like this hybrid that's going on, I don't know if it's my favorite combination. Instead, again, I think like probably more of the progressive route for this entire idea. So if that was the case, like the more like Jason Ross kind of style, like the first thing that I would consider doing right away is reworking the drums, right? So I wouldn't really have like the offbeat hat and the clap. I feel like that's actually sometimes too much groove for those big super saw kind of ideas. And instead, you should probably double down on the amount of super saws you're having. Not actually double them, but bring them more to the forefront, I mean. Because right now it's like leads, bass, chords. If there's even chords. Either way, the bass is so prominent. And it's prominent in the sense where if I close my eyes and imagine it, it's most prominent in that 300 hertz region where it's really mean and beefy. And I think that there's a time and place for that, don't get me wrong, but I feel like for this kind of idea, I would much rather that area be taken up by chords instead of bass. And then instead have a mean kind of gritty bass that's more in like the 1K or 800 hertz range that gives it that like nasally drive. I think that would be better for creating a trancier, bigger lead stack or entire like wall of sound, so to speak. And then as far as the lead sound goes, I actually really like the lead sound a lot. I would take the exact lead sound how you have it and then layer one washed out supersaw with it to really give it that euphoric kind of feeling, because yeah, I'm missing just that like one octave up kind of supporting cast layer. Maybe it could be a nice option to also add one more kind of centered layer to bring some focus to the entire lead. It's hard to say if that would work without looking at the project, but that is something that I would consider, is trying to bring a little bit more forefrontness to the entire leads, if that's a word. I might have just made that up. But if not, you could also always do that just with EQ. You could always just increase the amount of body or warmth that the sound has to bring it up into the to the forefront a little bit more. Okay. What I was gonna say next for the break. The break I really liked. I love this kind of Zed
If it's us
kind of
against
vibe.
the world tonight, the world don't stand a chance. We can see.
Yeah, I think all of that is great. I think
Through the fire.
yeah, similar issue to that other ID we listened to earlier. I think the kick is too thumpy. You have to be careful when you're using these kind of like semi-aggressive kicks. So you basically, what I'm saying is you can't just filter down any old kick and then have that function in a progressive house break. Like it can't be too thumpy and it can't be too long. Like it has to have just the right amount of roundness to work, because again, you have such a pretty background. You don't want it to be like overly aggressive. And it seems like it could be such a small little detail, but it really does make a big difference in the long run. That's one note there just on that kick.
Through the fire, through the flames, we will rise. Break the chain, don't stand a chance. The fire, through the flames.
And then the only other thing in the synth department that I'd want to be done differently here is I hear that you're adding development, which is great. But I want the development, instead of it being like 1,000 hertz, right, where there's already a lot of information going on, I want it to be more in like the 3K, 5K, like more like the presence region, more like even perhaps air. No air. Let's stick to the 3 to 5K region. That would be much better, because that one atmosphere that becomes more present here.
The fire, through the flames, we will rise. Break the chain.
Like, don't get me wrong, it's good and it sounds good, but it's not giving the feeling of development, because I'm already used to hearing that mid-range. Not with that particular sound, of course, but my ears are already accustomed to hearing some kind of, beautiful sound within that region already based on the previous section. Whereas, if coming into this moment, I was introduced to new frequencies, now we're talking. Now we're starting to get into more of that synth development that I'm wanting to hear. So essentially, that's a long-winded explanation to basically say brighten up the atmosphere. That's the TLDR. Brighten up the atmosphere. I think that'll help you out tremendously.
Break the chains.
Perhaps could use some brightness with drums as well, shakers, tambourines, etc.
The test of time ain't going away, 'cause we're immortal. You can't hold us down for too long tonight. We're immortal.
I think I would also redo the hook. I think that the way this idea is structured, I almost would rather a big hook, progressive house style, no drums, sub bass, big beautiful pads and atmospheres. I think that's how I would prefer it. Maybe you did it in the second break? Let's check. Maybe the second break you did it.
We're immortal. You can't.
No, No, you did a build-up, but even that's a good idea. I just think that this idea of the hook kind of being a continuation of the break, if you're going to do that, there really needs to be a lot of energy. And right now, it just doesn't feel like that. It feels a little just lacking energy, honestly. And if you wanted to make this work, then I would suggest now introducing a kick with a little bit more transient, having some on-beat claps, having more bright synths come in, even perhaps like a fuzzy bass come in, you know, really increasing the energy of each group. Remember my golden rule, like every A bar, something interesting should be happening. And if we were to isolate, like imagine my color-coded groups up here, right? If we isolated your drums, your synths, your bass, your effects, and your vocals, and we studied and we said, okay, like after A bars coming to the hook, is there really good development in each of these categories? The answer is probably no. The answer is probably no. So I would say that, you know, for my personal taste, I would just rework this into a classic progressive house break where you have a sub boom here and just big, beautiful pads, and then you come into the build-up. But if you chose to keep the drums going, make sure you're doing ample development in those respective categories. But overall, a really dope track. I love the Z vibe, and I think if you lean a little bit more Jason Ross for the drop, you'll be golden. All right. Next up, we got Michael Nazar, Dartasi. I think that's how you say that. Dartasi. Let's get it. All right, Michael. So cool idea overall. I think that I would love to hear a little bit more clarity within the entire idea. And I'm not talking about anything mixing or anything like that, specifically melodies and arrangement. So, you know, coming into this first drop, first of all, I really like the vocal that you have. I'm not sure if it's a sample, if it's original, but either way, I think the vocal is great. I think there's a lot of character there. I think it's catchy. It's very epic. I really like it. But coming to the drop, I almost was expecting more of either that melody or that vocal, right? And we get... I feel like right now we just have groove and some background atmos, but we don't really have a lead. And it's okay if you're going to go for like the minimalistic style drops, but if you are going to go that route, kind of like how I've been saying before, like you have to fully commit to that bit. And if you were to do that, right, if you were going to try to go for like a minimalistic style drop, it should really just be like kick bass and one atmosphere sound. Excuse me. Maybe you can have like 2 or 3 atmosphere sounds if you really were able to get them to fit well. But the most important thing is getting that kick and bass to really be the star of the show. And again, it goes back to what I was saying before, like less is more sometimes, depending on the type of result that you're going for. And especially in the case of like minimalistic drops where it's just kick and bass, like less is truly more. So I would recommend, if that is where you're trying to go, to maybe strip back some of the atmosphere sound to allow the kick and bass to really shine. What I would do personally, though, I feel like you have such a great vocal in the break. Again, I don't know the logistics with your vocal, if it's a remix, if it's original, whatever, but that melody, dun, 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 like you have so much potential to do that or utilize that in the drop. Like I feel like there's a lead there that's just begging to be used. And the beautiful thing is, like, the current arrangement you currently have in your drop, there's a lot of room to go in a bunch of different directions, right? So it's just a matter of committing to one of those directions. But for example, like you can use a big synth here if you'd like to and go a little bit more future rave. You can go a little bit more housey and use just like a stutter vocal. You can take the vocal, and you know, add that 16th gate stutter, or 16th note stutter rather. Or you could even do like Vlade sound, right? Think about like I don't even know who's leading that pact, but like West End, Fallon, like John Summit sometimes. That, you know, that new kind of trendy house sound where it's like disco drums, right? You can go that route. Like that one song, it was Steve Angelo and Ingrosso, I think. What song is that called? I gotta find it. Enemy, I think it's called. Got no enemies. Yeah. Like this kind of rhythm. If you wanted to go that minimal, you can, right? So you have options. Now, my guess is this is giving a little bit more big room kind of energy. So take what I said before, either utilize that stutter vocal or use a melody with that, or use a big lead with that melody, right? Now, coming to, I think it was over here. Right. So again, perhaps you just adjust the melody to the vocal melody or something very similar to it. So this melody does feel a little bit random. I don't know if I fully find it catchy. Like if I play it and then stop playing it, I don't really remember it right away. And that's not a good sign. Like you should be able to listen to your melody, play it, write it, whatever, and then pause the music and be able to recite it right away. And if you can't, maybe it's a sign that it's not that strong. Either way, what I would say is that from a technical standpoint, there's a few things that you could do to the lead to really make it pop. The number one thing that I'm hearing is that the lead feels like this. You gotta open that thing up, yo. You need to widen this lead tremendously. It feels very, very narrow. So I would recommend either like you use Pro Q4 on side mode and use a high shelf starting at like 250 or 300. You could try that, or you could just use like a stereo widener if you're choosing. I would use Space Control. That's my tool of choice. But yeah, the lead definitely needs to be way wider. And if you have access like to the preset or whatever within Serum, Silent, whatever this is coming from, if you have access to the noise oscillator, I would turn that off. I think the noise in this lead is is kind of overpowering a little bit. I think it's nice to have a lot of brightness and treble in your leads, but I feel like this noise is kind of smearing them and it's not giving me that texture that I'm looking for. So I think either turning it off completely or lowering it in combination with adding that width would already give your leads like a tremendous boost. Lastly, they are a bit thin. They are a bit thin. So if you can also consider adding 250, 300 hertz, again, that kind of warmth area. You can do it with saturation if you want. You can do it with an EQ, but just adding that back into the lead will make it sound a lot fatter and a lot bigger, which I think you need. But overall, man, cool idea. I really, really love the vocals. So great work on that one. And I want to say I love the 132 BPM. I know that's kind of a funny thing to like, but the groove and everything felt really nice in this one. So great job, Michael. All right. So next up, we got Jackstar ID. Let's take a listen. All right, dope one out of Jackstar. This break was sick, dude. What a break, man. But there's a big but coming. In all seriousness, I feel like you shouldn't use the leads that you're using, because I feel like you're using big, classic kind of progressive house leads, but everything else is produced in almost like a future bounce kind of way. I feel like you need to, just use more aggressive leads, because the entire track's got this groove. It's like very rhythmic. It's got a pretty fast-paced melody, and the lead that you selected, or the lead stack that you created, it's very classic progressive, and I just don't know if that works to your favor, especially with how funky and cool this break is right here. Like, I'm sure you guys know Brooks. Like, I was definitely thinking of like a Brooks kind of lead that comes in right here. So the fact that you've got like this really aggressive bass that's following the lead melody, right? Like, that in itself is kind of a big indicator that you should go a little bit more like aggressive, hybrid prog, like future bouncy, as opposed to classic progressive house, I think. So the big takeaway, I think, for you, man, is just to duplicate this project so you don't mess anything up. Duplicate it and then try some new leads. Because I think that you've got something special here. I think the melody is fun and fast-paced. I love especially this. This is probably my favorite part of the song right here. You know what this is reminding me of? Dude, you should listen to Madison Mars. Madison Mars, I don't know if he's still releasing music, but he was releasing like Future House. But it was so fresh. It was like Future House, but like so energetic. So energetic. Almost kind of like Brooks. I feel like that's where you need to take this ID, if I'm you. I feel like the melody is perfect for that. The vibe and the break is perfect for that. And a lot of the sounds that you use is also perfect for that. Like the bass, right? Like this. That underlying bass is perfect for that. Yeah, even the build. What you would need to do is, instead of having a big snare like this, you need that paper laser. You need that paper laser fill. Oh no, did I just freeze that fell? Okay. You need this guy, which is in a Patreon pack. I don't know if I changed it to a different name or whatever, but it's in there. But you need one of these guys. This would give it that ultra like future bouncy kind of feel. You know what I'm saying? And further, if you do take my advice and you work on the leads and make it a little bit more aggressive, big roomy, future housey, whatever word you want to use, less classic progressive house, I would also say maybe withhold the rhythmic drums until the second half of the drop, because having like this much groove with big synths, it's not usually the best combination. Normally you have to kind of pick and choose, like let the synths breathe and have the percussion and the drums kind of support that. Or if you're going to have a really rhythmic, groovy drop, have a synth that just kind of supports that. You have a really big melody, and assuming you take my advice and you work on having some really big synths, like, yeah, I think the drums are just going to kind of conflict there. But let's get to the good news. You have a magical break. Like, this is something special. The sound is dope. The vibe is dope. The melody is great. And I think if you can just utilize that melody in more of a future bounce kind of way in the drop, dude, I think you've got a sick idea on your hands. So that's what I would do, Jack. Thanks for submitting. That was dope. All right. Oh, he said check the second break. I deleted it. Can I bring it back? Yes, I can. All right. He said check the second break. Let's see. I forgot to mute myself. I apologize if there was some mic feedback there, but Jackie, why would you withhold that from me? So this makes it even funnier, or I guess even better for you. Dude, take that and then move that to the drop. And then you're golden. This is exactly what I was talking about. You need like future bouncy kind of synths that support the melody and all that instead of the prog lead. And then listen to this. Bro, if you put that with like a nice drum pattern and a nice mean bass and you get that all glued in the drop, man, you've got it. So this is really insightful actually, because this happens like, yo, sometimes you have so many good ideas. Or rather, I should say you have so many ideas in a song and you just have to pick the good one and put it on a pedestal and then fuck everything else. Like, you've got it right here, man. This is dope. And mind you, like, let me try something actually. What if we did this? What if we took this? What if we did this? Now, I will say, so first of all, that makes a lot more sense. But I will say, I think just you're at an 11 with the fills and the cool glitchy stuff. Just take it to a 10. Like, it's a little tiny bit overdone, I think. Just give yourself a little bit more breathing room. But this idea is much better. But I will say what I would like to maybe hear is take this melody and then put it on these synths. Because I really feel like you're onto something here with this melody. To me, that feels special, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. That feels very special to me. So I think try putting that on these synths and then, you know, take all of that other rambling advice that I gave and see what happens. But yeah, man. Hopefully that was helpful. All right, we're gonna take a little field trip to SoundCloud because these next few tracks are all just streamable links. So let's get that. Nope. Nope. 2 seconds. Don't go anywhere. There we go. Wait, what happened? Wait a second. Sorry, there was 2 links. What happened to the... There we go. Okay. All right. So we've got this retraced remix by Caraville. We good? Okay. I think we're good. Okay, quick. I have so many thoughts. I want to get this out before I forget. First of all, I like the idea, man. I like the idea. The first thing that I want to say is there's definitely some mishaps happening with the melody. I think that there's moments where you're going out of key. I think that bell or pluck that you brought in, there were some moments that felt a little bit off to me. So I would double check the key of the song. Can I help? Let me see. Let me see real quick. Hold on. Let me do it over here. Okay. So I just did a very quick Google search. Hold on, sorry. Okay, word on the street, according to this random website, it's saying that the track is in G major. So if it's in G major, here are the notes that you're going to want to use. Oh, man. Hold on. FL is now on the wrong screen. 1 second. I'm trying to be efficient here, and I'm having technical difficulties. Okay, hold on. Here, and then let's go to Control F2. Nope, 3. Nope. 1. There we go. Model on me. Okay, so what I was going to say, Caravel, I believe, just don't take my word for it 100%, but a quick Google search says the song's in G major. So here are the notes that you're going to want to use, right? You're going to want to use these guys. Anything else is going to sound a bit funky, right? You want to try to do your best to stay in scale. Just use these notes when you're working in G major. Fun fact, G major is the relative to E minor. It's essentially the same thing. So if you were to imagine E minor would look something like this. Boom, boom, and then boom, boom, and boom, boom. So it's essentially the same exact notes. Either way, tomato, tomato, potato, potato, the point is double check that you're making sure that you're only using those notes. That's step number 1. Now going back to your remix, because there was a lot that I did like. I really liked the main drop melody. If I can go back here. So I really like that main drop melody a lot, but I don't love the bass line progression. So a tip that I can give you, it actually might be easier if I just tell you to go watch my YouTube video where I give 3 melody tips. Watch that video, but essentially what I'm going to recommend is that you make sure that whatever note your melody is hitting on, make sure the chord underneath is harmonizing. Make sure the chord underneath has in that chord, one of the notes in that chord matches the top melody above it. It's a very simple way to make sure that you're harmonizing and that the chords actually work with the lead. Because I was gonna say, it feels like the lead is so good, but the chords underneath it they're not playing the chords or the bass line that I would imagine they should play. So what I would do if I were you, if I'm working on this, like take a step back and just kind of flesh out all the MIDI based on what I'm saying. Now, as far as actual production advice goes, one thing that I'm going to say is when it comes to drum and bass, yes, you can sidechain 4 on the floor, but me personally, I much more prefer if you just sidechain only when the kick and maybe when the snare hits. Don't throw on kickstart 4 to the floor, just because maybe you're used to that with other genres. Because then there's like this pumping feeling. And yes, it's true, like some people can execute it and then it kind of works. But if you think about like all the other guys that are having a lot of success making drum and bass right now, and maybe even forget all the success, just like my personal taste, I feel like it's much better and it sounds groovier or more, maybe groovier is not the right word. It just simply sounds better when you're not sidechaining to just 4 on the floor, but in fact, when you're just sidechaining to the kick and the snare. So the person that comes to mind instantly is Arcando. Like, I think Arcando is making some ridiculously good drum and bass. If you listen to his stuff, when there's no kick or snare playing, the synth is just sustained. And that sounds so good and so satisfying to me. If the synth was like pumping, even if there's no kick or snare playing, then it could feel just a little suboptimal, I think. I also want to say that I think that your snare could be a little bit more modern. To me, it sounds just a little bit like, kind of like an old Vengeance snare, or like an old Vengeance dubstep snare. Instead, dude, like go to Splice, go to wherever you get your sample packs, and literally try to find like a Noisia, maybe even Arcando. I think he has a sample pack. Like I would find some of the guys that are making really amazing dubstep and or drum and bass, and use one of those like tight snares that are really shiny. That's how I would describe them. Shiny, but also have like a really nice body. And that would make a world of a difference as well. So that's what I would recommend there. And then the last like major note just on this drop. I almost imagine the main bass in this drop to straight on be like pure neuro respace. Think like I mean I guess like how a lot of drum and bass guys utilize respaces. It's like very ravey sounding. I'm trying to think of an example off the top of my head. I truthfully I don't listen to a lot of drum and bass, so I can't like quickly name songs that do it, but it's really popular in drum and bass to use like crazy neural like respaces. That's what I would do with the melody. And then if you choose to have chords, maybe bring them in the second half of the drop. But I think that would kind of suit the dark emotional vibe better and just fit the entire arrangement better, truthfully. That's what I would do. But Caravel, thanks for submitting. Hopefully all of that was helpful. Now let's move on to Bathe with Sunset Promise. Nice picture of Santa Monica Pier. I think that's that. If that's not that, then I am a silly goose. No, I don't want to sign in, bro.
I saw you there for all those years. Just a smile that I kept near. Never thought that I could be the one you'd ever see. Late night talks, you called my name. Something changed, it's not the same. We drove through lights and endless skies. You opened up my quiet mind. All the doubts start to fade away. Every word you say, I replay. Now we're driving past the city glow. Hearts in rhythm moving slow. Underneath the fading light, you said yes and it felt so right. From a spark to a burning flame. Now forever won't feel the same. In your eyes I found my way. Our sunset promise still remains. We've crossed.
All right. Bathe. Dope one, man. I'm going to say you did an amazing job with the piano. Truthfully. It's not easy to execute a euphoric piano like this.
Moving slow underneath the fading.
Because, you know, you want to have the right amount of brightness and wet effects, but still have that, like, I guess, organic vibe, for lack of a better word. Really dope piano. I really like the piano. I think where the drop idea is falling short is actually in the execution with the chords and bass. And honestly, the other groups besides the leads. So imagine, you know, you have your drum group, you've got your chords group / background synth group, you've got your bass group, you've got your effects. I feel like those departments are kind of lacking. You did a really good job with that piano lead. So elevating those rest of the groups would be where I start in elevating this drop. So firstly, like, I think the kick, it just feels a little bit weak overall. It feels like maybe some less than ideal sound selection. I would recommend just sticking with like a classic bouncy, like basketball-esque progressive house kick. I think that would help you out tremendously. Like, that would do so much justice for this drop. Further, you are doing a really good job with your pads, actually, but I think the biggest thing that I'm missing, that hole in the mix, is actually happening in that or rather the 80 to 250 hertz region, which is the bass region, right? Like, I hear that you've got a mid bass in there, but there's like this lack of power that's missing. And I'm not necessarily talking about sub. I'm specifically talking about that 80 to 250 hertz region. Specifically, maybe even we'll call it like 120 hertz. I think that like ringing kind of harmonic, I'm completely missing here. And that would add so much warmth and power. And like by far the best person at doing this, I think, is Garrix. If you listen to any of Garrix's progressive house tracks, he's so good at incorporating like warmth. So I would use him as a reference and really try to get that bass pronounced, right? Now, in your case, you could probably... I want to say you can actually execute what I'm suggesting just on your bass group by utilizing an EQ and just simply make a bell curve at the region I'm suggesting. If that didn't work, though, then you can always just make a special layer. I call it 100 bass. I utilize it often. And that layer would literally just be a warm bass sound that you can find that you think sounds dope. You cut off everything below 80 and you cut off everything below 250, and then you just mix a taste. And that gives you really nice power. And it gives you power, but also flexibility. And that also would help you out a lot. Now, lastly, going to the break. I did overall feel like it took a little bit to get to the drop. I would want to see if there's a creative way where we can condense the break. This is all great. I think actually the big problem I'm having with the break, it's not even that it needs to be condensed. Maybe it could benefit from that, but the biggest issue is you're breaking my golden rule, man. Every A bar, something interesting needs to happen. And yes, the vocal is singing new lyrics, but that's not enough. The synths, there's no real development happening with the synths. Like, I'm not saying there's no development, but it's not significant enough. You have these very subtle shakers that come in, but again, they're subtle. And it takes like a decent amount of time to pass before you really get into, you know, this piano coming in. Speaking of this piano, like one thing I want to say is the way you're filtering it in, it almost sounds like you're using a notch filter. Perhaps you try doing that to make room for the vocal. I wouldn't even overthink it like that. I would just use a regular filter, to be honest. Because this, it sounds different right now, this piano, when it's being brought in than it does right there. So I'm assuming it's the type of filter that you use. So I would just consider a regular low pass filter. You can experiment with 12 dB slope or 24 dB slope, adjust the peak / resonance and see how that sounds. I talked a little bit about it before when I was talking about my song White Horses. But that's the kind of shape that you want to achieve on these euphoric kind of leads. And last little bonus tip too, as much as I praise your leads, I would say with how good your piano sound is, I would make the piano sound a little bit more obvious in the drop. Like I think the drop, like you have the piano, you have the supersaw, I would make it a little bit more piano focused. If I remember correctly. Yeah, I hear both. Lean a little bit more into the piano because I think that's the strongest part of this whole track. So that's what I would do if I were you, man. Babe, thanks for sending, my man. Good stuff. All right, folks. We'll do like one or two more, and then I want to go relax and play some chess. All right, let's do a few more. Yo, Stormbreaker, thanks for the dono, bro. Appreciate you. The melody's good, clearly. It's stuck in my head. Great job with that melody, dude. All right. Also, I'm seeing some chatter about submissions and stuff. Yeah, guys, I really don't see how I would listen to demos if I didn't do like a form. It would turn into a cesspool here if everyone was just submitting links. So I have to, on my, sorry, I have to screw this back in properly, but I was gonna say, like, on my social media, on Patreon, like, I posted that form, so just look out for that form next time. I posted a bunch. Oh God, good heavens, what is happening? The whole thing is breaking over here. Stay put. So yeah, sorry, the mic distracted me. But yeah, I was gonna say, guys, make sure that next time you just watch out for the form. It's the best way, I think, to keep track of everything. And we listened to a bunch of free members as well. I'm doing my best now this stream. The first stream that I did last month, it was a good, like, kind of test run, and this is still very much a test run. Figuring things out, seeing how I want to do things, but I definitely think giving priority to the Patreon members is only fair, but also still giving free members a fair shot as well. So always, you know, listening to at least a few free members as well as the paid members. Something like that. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I'm starting to get a little fried. Tired, I mean. It's been a long day. But let's end off with a few more. Let's see. Atario, I see you, bro. Let's get Atario in there. Is my stream good? Why is my stream frozen? Hello? We good? Yeah, okay. I don't know. Sorry, guys. On my end, my stream froze. Okay. Glad it's good. Okay, so I see. Let's do Sky Strike. Boom. Progressive House Draft. This is going to have to be a streaming one because the download's not enabled. And then do Itario Silver. Yo, I really like that last melody. I'm not gonna lie. I really like that last melody. Let's get this one in there. Okay, that one's downloading. Do one more. So we got Itario, we got Striker, and then let's see. Okay, we've got another SoundCloud link. Elias. Okay. Put this here. This here. Okay. All right, folks. So here we go. Let's start with FL, and then we'll move to SoundCloud, and then we'll round off here. So let's go to boom. We got Itario, Leave You Alone.
I'll never leave you alone.
Okay, so I really like this idea, actually. It reminds me a lot of like Anima, Cassian, that kind of vibe, which I personally, I love a lot. I think that the drop, let's start right there. I think that there's a few things that you can do that'll instantly make this a lot better in terms of execution. The biggest thing, by far the biggest thing, is the kick in the bass. The kick is good. We'll get to the kick in a second, but most importantly, I feel like you're completely missing the bass. So let's listen one more time so that I'm accurate here. So I do hear that you've got that rolling bass, right? However, that rolling bass is almost acting as like a low mid instrument. I don't even hear actual bass in there. There's not like that 80 hertz, that 100 hertz, 120 hertz, etc. That's giving it that power. And instead, you also have so much ear candy and you've got so much kind of crazy stabs going on that in those types of drops, it's usually a lot more functional just to have a simple offbeat bass, right? Have that just simple kick and sub, just very simple so you can allow everything else to go crazy. That's what I would suggest. It's like I said earlier when we talked about very briefly how I did the man in finance bass. That would be such a winning combo with this idea. Such a winning combo. Now, a big reason why I'm suggesting that is because it very much so feels like the kick hits and then I feel zero bass. The kick hits, I feel zero bass. And, you know, you could say, oh, should I just go turn up my sub? I mean, maybe. But I think that you should just, it'd be easier and more efficient for you to just completely rework the sub / bass. Yeah. So that's what I would do. I would keep it very simple. The rolling bass that you have in there, you could use it as you are right now, which is like the role that it's playing in the low mids is just to add a little bit of rhythm and a little bit of like beef, right? Not even beef rather, but like tonality and like grit, because that's the issue is there's actually no beef. There's not that power there. So if you can add that power with the bass that I'm suggesting, like a simple 80 to 250 hertz kind of harmonic bass along with the sub to provide that warmth, and then also have that rolling bass, but make sure that rolling bass isn't too cloudy at 250 hertz. Make sure that it's scooped out enough, and then you can still get that nice rolling feeling while leaving enough room for everything else, the stabs, the crazy synths, all of that. Now, I wanted to touch on the kick too. I think the kick is just slightly too clubby, dude. I think for this style of music, you almost need like a progressive house kick. If you listen to a lot of melodic techno, actually, it's funny. They're essentially using progressive house kicks. You want to use that very soft kind of basketball kind of feeling, right? So stuff like... hold on one second. Like the basketball kick. Kicks like that in this style drop, right? I'm not saying you have to use this exact one, but just something like that style. This one's a bit too clubby. It's a bit too thumpy. Now here's the last big thing, the big cheese. Dude, the leads are so dope, especially this first one. Dun 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 dun. But it feels so, I say again because this happened to someone else earlier in the stream, but it feels so narrow. Bro, it needs to be like all the way wide, right? Now, I say that, but be very careful. It's so easy to throw a sound out of phase. Make sure that you make it wide, but it's still in phase at the same time, and you can do that by just checking your stereo output. I like to use Insight, but you can use any correlation meter. Make sure you're not going past 0, right, towards -1. Make sure you're staying at least at 0. But if you can, add some stereo width, you can do it with isotope imager, you can do it with space control. Hell, you can even do it with Fruity Stereo Separator. That will help you out tremendously, because what I recommend you, and I recommend everyone in this chat, you guys have to be able to separate yourself from your song. And I know that sounds a little woo, but stick with me. You should be able to say, like, close your DAW, right? Like, let's say we close this, or like close that, right? And we just listen to the song. We're not paying attention to any elements. We need to be able to hear the entire track for what it is without any distractions, without seeing your kick, without seeing your bass. And then to me, it gives you a little bit more objectivity. I don't know why, but sometimes when I'm looking at my project and I can see everything, I hear it differently. But then if I close my eyes, I literally will turn off my monitor sometimes. And I listen to it, I'm like, oh, it's so obvious. The lead is too quiet, or the lead is too narrow, or the bass is too loud. So that's my big tip. Like, give yourself that ability to zoom out. Don't look at the project file and try to assess things in a very broad and vague way. Meaning, ask yourself basic questions. Is the lead too quiet? Is the bass too loud? Is the lead too narrow? Etc. You don't have to get super nerdy with it. I think actually the more basic and vague it is, the better. So that's what I would suggest there. Hopefully that helps with your mindset going forward, as well as adjusting that drop a bit. The break was very nice. I really enjoyed the break. Yeah, my big note, I said this about that DMB record earlier too. I don't like sidechain if there's no kick. That's just me. So this lead is pumping. I would say no pumping. Or if you want a little bit just for movement, make it like 20% mix. Very light. Very, very light. But I think you would be better without it, to be honest. But other than that, man, sick track. I'm sorry, there was one more note. That's why I paused. Yo, these bass things that you did. That, cash money. I would do my best to utilize that more in your track, because I feel like I'm only getting glimpses of it, but it's such a cool sound. I would love to hear more of it. And it's filtered right now, but imagine if in the drop it wasn't filtered, and that was kind of the main stab in the drop. The drop hits, you get dum 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 dum, as well as your leads. I think that could be a really sick combo. So that's what I would explore, man. But thanks for sending. Overall dope one. Hope that helps, bro. Okay, we're gonna head over to Google. Last few. I gotta fix my screen. This is kind of annoying. Why does it do this? Sorry, guys. 1 second. I don't know why Chrome does this. It's kind of annoying. There we go. Okay. All right. Whoa. $10 dono out of Zur. Yo, appreciate that, bro. I gotta plug my boy Joystick's demo. It's pretty dope and a good track to end on. Damn. Damn. Is that easy to get to? Did Joystick even submit? Or is this like someone who didn't do the form? Let's see. Oh, no, he submitted. Okay. We could check this one too. I'll throw this actually. Can I throw it in Chrome? Hold on. Okay. All right, folks. We're going to go through these last few. So we got Strike, Progressive House Draft. Alrighty, Strike. So here's the thing. Here's my ting. Rude boy ting. Now I'm getting delirious. In all seriousness. So I would say it's fair to say you're probably a relatively new or upcoming producer. So there's some like general feedback, or rather like general tips that I can give you that should help. So the first thing, actually, as much as I am an advocate for producing with a master on, I will say, because this is SoundCloud and I know SoundCloud destroys quality, it's not 1000% clear to me. But in my best estimation, the track is being limited far too hard. So what I would recommend, depending on what DAW you use, if you're using FL, like make sure you're not producing with that FL limiter that's on. If you're using anything else like Ableton, Logic, doesn't matter. Make sure that you're not using a limiter right now. I would actually suggest you don't use a limiter. Instead, just clip the output. It's fine. So long as you're not getting audible, distorted, crunchy clipping, it's fine. The reason is because when you're starting out, when you're relatively new, the problem is like limiters can actually do more harm than good. And that's kind of what's happening here. And it can actually send you in a spiral, you trying to fix problems. Meanwhile, it's actually the limiter causing them. So I would just take off the limiter so that you can address the other problems, because I think you can solve a lot of the issues that are in this track very simply with just volume and EQ. So what I would say is, like, the first thing, I would say the leads are too quiet. The leads are too quiet and the bass is too loud. But the good news is it's a very simple fix. It's just a matter of balancing everything. So here's my like kind of formula, right? The formula is this: set your kick to 0. That's it. That's the secret sauce. Set your kick at 0 and then mix everything else around it. Now, in the case of pretty progressive house like this, your leads are obviously the most important. I don't know if the kick would be more important than the leads. Either way, they're both like top tier, right? So set your kick at 0 and then set your leads wherever it sounds good in conjunction with your kick, and then mix everything else around it. Now, I'm just strictly speaking volume right now. And I think having that kind of pecking order will already help you tremendously in leveling everything out nice, as well as turning off that limiter. So that's step 1. Step 2 would be, when it comes to those aggressive basses that you're using in the drop, first of all, you selected an amazing sound, or made it. I love that robotic kind of throatiness that's in the bass. Really dope sound. It's just too prominent. You could start by lowering it in volume, as I suggested, but I have a feeling that this bass also just straight up has too much 500 hertz. And the thing is, that region is prime real estate for leads, like 300 to 500 hertz. And right now, it very much so feels like the bass is kind of masking the leads. So by just using a very simple EQ and carving out that region, 300 to 500 hertz, you're automatically going to give the perception that the leads are louder, because you're making a pocket for them with that bass. So that's another thing that I would suggest. Now, I think your drums could be a bit better too. I think progressive house drums, again, I think it's easy to kind of disregard them because it's not really about the drums, right? But man, is it so important to have that clean, crispy, basketball kick. And guys, there's so many classics floating around. Like, if you don't have a sample pack, if you're like, oh, I don't know where to get like good progressive house kick samples from, I don't know where to go online as far as like threads and stuff, but I'm just going to say this. I'm not advocating for like any bad sampling or anything like that, but a lot of kicks stemmed from Greyhound, from Swedish House Mafia. And then there was a popular Vengeance sample. I think it was like VES2088 bass drum. If that's that, then I'm him. If I just remember that. But yo, like, and funny enough, I think that Vengeance bass drum might have even originated from a Swedish House Mafia track. I don't know. I don't know. So that's not an accusation. That's I'm guessing. Also, another popular kick that a lot of people use was the kick from Leave the World Behind, Swedish House Mafia. So, there are people, there's like, threads or whatever, people sharing these kind of kicks. So, if you don't know where to go, perhaps you look there. They have been used a bajillion times by many different people, different iterations, but you could at least start there. And then, you know, this guy Ryos makes like pretty good sample packs. I'm sure he's got some great kicks in there. You could check that out as well. But in all seriousness, having that clean kick is very, very important. Also, Dennis Koyu has a 6 sample pack on Splice. Good kicks. They're a little bit more modern, meaning they're not as soft, but they're very good for progressive house still. So you can also check Dennis Koyu's pack on Splice. I've been liking that one too. Let's go to the break quick. Right. Generally speaking, I don't really recommend having the kick play that rhythm. I think almost every progressive house track has a kick playing 4 to the floor rhythm. I think the second break of not Escape. What is that song called? What's the Garrix and Division collab? Empty. I think they did something a little bit different where they did like a different pattern. You could do that, but I would just say right now, dude, you're much better off just sticking simple, go 4 on the floor. It's what I do. It's very, very common in progressive house. It's kind of like a common ingredient that you'll hear in breaks. So I would just suggest that. The last like big tip that I can give you actually is on your pianos. So you did a very good job at programming this piano. It sounds really pretty. What you can do to instantly make this sound more expensive and you can make it sound like it belongs in a nice progressive house track would be to compress it, actually. Do not sleep on how important compression is on pianos. Now, I don't want you to overthink it. Oh, what are the right settings? Oh, this or that. Like, dog, I'm not even gonna lie. The last 2 progressive house tracks I made that have like big, beautiful pianos like this, or like emotional cinematic pianos, I used Arvox, which is just a freaking vocal compressor with minimal like parameters. You literally just drag that thing down and start introducing gain reduction, and it sounds great. If you don't have Arvox, the point is that you just use a very simple compressor. Like, you don't really have to overthink it. Shit, you can even use OTT if you want. Use OTT and then control the high band. Like, don't allow that many highs through. But adding that compression to your piano will help it come to life, for sure. So hopefully that helps strike. I'm also realizing right now, ST Crike. Crike. Or is it strike? I don't know. We'll leave that up to the people. All right, next up, we've got Hurt So Bad by Elias. Let's get it. No, I'm not signing in. Nice try. SoundCloud.
This is the sound of crispy chicken.
Bro.
This is the sound of crispy chicken inside a top.
This is the sound of me muting you. How about that? Let's catch up with the chat quick. Yo, Soundgodizer is valid too. Sky, oh, you're in the chat. Sky, do you have FL? If you have FL, dude, Soundgodizer is great too. Try that. Soundgodizer, real quick. Soundgodizer is actually really fire. The only problem is on those pianos, it adds a lot of brightness. So that's the only downside. It's not great for adding compression on warmer, darker sounds. But the best, when I said kick at 0, it usually means like assuming your sample is normalized. If you leave it at 0 in the mixer, it'll also be 0 on the master. And you could like it's very much of a guideline. Like, I'm not saying it has to be at 0, but more or less like it should be the loudest thing in the mix. All right. Hurt So Bad, feature bass remix.
Was it something I said? Did I take it too far? Trying to prove who I was. It only emptied my heart. 'Cause I watched you drive away in your getaway car. When you pulled me in close, yeah, you pulled me apart. 'Cause when you love something a little too much and you're too afraid to give it up, you watch everything just disappear at once. So why's it gotta hurt so bad? Why's it gotta be like this? 'Cause you asked me to hold on tight, and every single time I did. Now I'm standing outside your door,
All right. Elias, there's actually a lot that I like here. First of all, the break is magic. The break had me in my feels. I was just reflecting and shit. That was a really emotional break. Let's talk about the drop, though. So I think in future bass, a big thing that you have to consider is the chords are actually the star of the show. So it's a little bit different than, like, let's say progressive house. And funny enough, even if you think about like Audien or Jason Ross, like those guys, a lot of times the chords are the star of the show. And the lead is kind of like the background thing. The chords are the leads. It's very true in future bass as well. The chords should take precedent over everything else. So in this one, I feel like that lead is too prominent. And I feel like the cool future bassy chords, they're in the back seat. And I want it to be inversed. I want it to have the chords close to me and up front and in my face, and then have that lead just be in the background as a little like ear candy kind of melodic moment. So that would be the big thing for me. I think that would solve a lot of my quirks. Not quirks. What's the word I'm looking for? I guess just issues. We'll leave it at issues. What I was going to say next is about the drums. So I think that the drums, like the kick, I don't know if I think the kick is that great for this idea. Now, this is, I guess, more personal taste, but I don't normally like these kind of EDM-y punchy kicks for future bass. I much prefer hip-hop kicks. I much prefer hip-hop kicks for that. I think there was one dude. It was a duo. So there was a duo. I mean, they're still a duo, I think. Their name is Gray. You guys probably heard of them. They're massive. They have like some crazy hits with Zed. And when they were making future bass like this, they were really good at using these progressive house kind of punchy kicks, but they were EQ'd and manicured in a way that made sense. And they almost transformed it where it functioned as a hip hop kick, meaning there was a lot of chest pressure. There was a lot of knock at 80 hertz, 100 hertz. And I feel like that's where this kind of kick falls short. It's a lot of tick, right? Everything above 500 hertz. It's a lot of like clicking and not enough of that. And in future bass, that's really important. I will say the snare is lovely. I love the snare. Maybe the snare could have a little bit less reverb and a little bit more sharp of a transient, if we're being particular. The last thing I'll say is, with this drop, make sure that you're remembering, in future bass especially, that the chords and the bass are actually a pair. I feel like right now they're being treated separately. Like the chord has a little bit of movement to it, and then the bass is just, fully sustained. I think if you're gonna have the future bass chords, wub, do their thing, have movement, I feel like the bass should have movement as well. I feel like the bass should definitely have movement, because otherwise it feels too separate. Now, keep in mind, if your future bass chords did not have any movement and it was just pure sustained power, then by all means, do that with the bass as well. But every time I think about my favorite future bass tracks, if the chords are having that crazy LFO movement, the bass also follows suit. And I've made a bunch of future bass tracks. I've also obviously made a ton of progressive melodic tracks as well. And I would say one kind of common theme in any progressive house or future bass melodic track in general is that the bass and the chords are very much so like a duo and should be treated as such. The build up and the break and build I thought were really good. I think if I had to give any feedback on the build up especially, this is kind of particular or nitpicky, but the synth that's coming up in the buildup, I would make the filter a bit sharper and then increase the resonance and add a little bit more reverb to it and also high pass it. The idea would be, imagine if this is the frequency spectrum and your leads are currently here. I want them shifted like that. I want them to just be ever so slightly brighter all the way this way. Not all the way that way, but just a little bit more that way. A little bit brighter. Not noisy, not harsh, none of that. Just like I want them to come through a little bit more and be less of a headroom hog, especially because we have the vocal, you've got build drums, you've got bass, you got the pianos, so much happening in the build. And I feel like the lead is eating it up a little bit. That's kind of nerdy technical advice, but one that is definitely very important. All right. Holy shit, it's almost 10 o'clock. Jake, it's not Patreon only. There was a... Oh, man, I'm tired now. Hold on. Jake, there was a Google form I've been promoting, and that Google form was for Patreon and free members. Yeah. Sorry. All right. Let's go. The last one, joystick. This is Dropbox. I just realized that, so I could download this. Okay, hold on. Please hold. Let me download this, actually. Let's bring it in FL. Let me open up FL. Give me a second. Let's go here. Oops. Shit. Sorry. Here. There we go. All right. Let me download this. This will be the last one for the night. Do I have any fellow chess players in the chat? Because that's what I'm very excited to do after this. I've been on my chess grind. Okay. Downloaded. FL is open. Let's throw this in here. Nice waveform. Let's get FL open. Boom. Okay. Let's turn this off. And let's check it out, folks.
I'm getting used to being told what I should do.
Sorry, my bad. Anticlimactic. 1 second.
I'm getting used to being told what I should do. It's always what I could have done to get us through. We used to sing in harmonies, but I'm singing all alone. You were there in my emergencies, now I suffer on my own. When all the stars align, will you be there to bring them down? I can see the light so brightly as I'm laying on the ground. When you take my hand and you hold me close, I can feel you fade away. You gave me what I loved the most. Now I'm begging you to stay, but I'll be okay. I've tried it.
Boom. All right. So first, let me say I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed overall with the quality, and I'm excited to dive into this because I could tell that you're obviously a skilled producer. So we can really get into the weeds right now on what I think it would take to bring this idea to the next level, because again, it circles back to those nerdy details, right? But again, I want to give you your flowers. Overall, I think this is a very nice idea. Very nice idea. So what I would say first and foremost, if we start, I kind of want to start with the hook, actually, hook/build. I think, if it's right here, let me see 1 second. Sorry. Yeah. So right around here, it starts to get a little too loud/busy, where it undermines the drop. The drop is so big and so euphoric, and I feel like we're not getting as much impact as possible due to what's happening prior. within the buildup. So, for example, the thing that would make the most sense to me in this buildup would be to simply high pass the bass sooner. I think you take a little bit of a long time before you start removing that kick and that bass. I would do it even sooner. And then further, obviously using some like simple volume automation to make everything a bit quieter as well would help. But ready? Here's a fun trick. Get rid of the leads sooner. Whether you do that through high passing, a reverb washout, or both, whatever your preference is. If you get rid of the leads, and let's say like this last 2 bars is primarily the vocal and the drums, that's when you get like this really big feeling of euphoria, because it's kind of soloed out, and then when the leads come back in, it just feels like chef's kiss. So like right now, if we listen to the 2 bars right before the drop, it feels too cluttered still. It doesn't feel soloed. I should really just be able to cherry pick a few different elements out of the mix during this section of the song. Assuming you fix the low end, that will already help, right? Like there shouldn't really be much low end right here. I think the leads should be far more disappeared. Like barely hear them. Barely hear them. Or have them, no, I wouldn't get rid of them completely. I was just thinking for a second. I wouldn't get rid of them completely, but I would high pass them a lot and have them super washed out. Because ultimately, again, if we zoom out, close the DAW, and just listen to the song, I would say, especially at low volumes, it's obvious, the vocal is getting overpowered by the leads. And it's not a matter of like, oh yeah, turn up the vocal. Like, yes, that's part of the equation. But I think in this buildup especially, it's more a matter of like controlling everything and giving the listener doses of goodness in small quantities. Because I think right now you're kind of just overpowering everything in this buildup. Now, I do want to take a pause again just to quickly reiterate that, dude, I'm giving you nitpicky technical advice because of how good you are. All right. Like this idea is very, very good. I just want to say that once more. Okay. Speaking of more like nitpicky advice, this is what I love. I love the technical nerdy stuff, right? So the bass is no shit. Sorry, hold on. I gotta fix this. What is happening? This is such a checkout. Let me mute my mic. Hold on. Cooked, folks. Anyway, as I was trying to say, the bass is fire, truly. But remember, low end in general, it's 2 things. It's kick and bass. You nailed 50% of the equation in the bass, but I feel like the kick leaves some to be desired. I feel especially like the transient is actually solid. Excuse me. It's the body and it's the actual lows that are lacking. It feels like when I listen to it, especially on my system, I feel like I'm getting the clicky transient and I'm getting the pull from the bass, but I'm not getting the hit from the kick. Now, listen, to be completely honest, it's not easy to diagnose why that is without looking at your project. It could be bad sidechain on the sub. It could be something as simple as your volume is too low. It could be your kick stinks, or maybe it's too short. There's a multitude of different reasons, but the overarching problem is that I'm not getting that thumpy like solidness, right? Now, remember, don't take it too far, though. We talked about earlier today, there were some demos that the kicks were like far too thumpy. you're on the right track with the progressive house clean basketball kick. I can't tell you without looking at your project why it sounds thin or kind of squeezed and like that. But maybe after I'm saying this, you can listen back to it on headphones or if you have speakers and listen to what I'm saying. The kick doesn't have as much weight as the bass. And really, it should be inversed. Like, really, the kick should have more weight than the bass. And they should still both have weight, don't get me wrong. But it should be like a push and then a pull. And then a push and then a pull. And right now, it's like push, pull. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I would try to work on with your kick and bass relationship. The leads are really great. I think the melody's nice. I think that the percussion... Okay, sorry. I was gonna say something about percussion, but I also think you're missing an awesome opportunity to highlight a great motif in your melody, which is "That'll be okay," right? So imagine. Come on, that'll be 50% on publishing. Thank you very much. I'm just joking. But that's what I would do as far as your melody goes. I think that's such a great motif that you guys have in your song, and I would 100% utilize that more. Truthfully, I think fixing your kick is going to fix your percussion issue as well. Because I was going to say my problem is with that offbeat kind of tom that you've got going, it's overpowering the kick. Like, it sounds too prominent. But I think once you get a better kick in, then that will kind of fix itself out. So disregard what I was going to say about the percussion. Okay. The last big thing that I wanted to address with this idea is the guitar. I think that you are on the right track, and overall the guitar sounds good.
I'm getting used to being told what I should do.
I feel like right in the beginning, it's a little too narrow. Now, to your credit, I love that you guys doubled it when it comes to the hook. That's a very, very smart decision. But I would say just give it a little bit more width in the breaks, because it does feel a little too closed off right now. It should hug the vocal just a little bit more. And
I'm getting used to being told what I should do.
So my issue, the reason I'm pausing for a second, is I don't totally love the highs in the guitar, and I'm just thinking about how I would tame them. Because there's a lot that I like, but there's this metallic harshness to them. But sometimes that's desirable. So if this was my song, I would either try two items. I would try Soothe or Spiff. Spiff is a low-key gem. Spiff is great because you can actually like reduce transient in a certain frequency band. And I've had a lot of success with Spiff recently. It's been one of like my secret weapons. So I would say that's probably what I would do, is I would use something like Spiff to reduce the transient in the high end only on the guitar, and then mix it slightly so it's just reducing it a tiny bit. Because it feels a little bit too like metallic-y and harsh, and I'm not getting that warmth melodic from the guitar. Or like, you know, the melodic, or I guess harmonics, like the mid-frequencies. Damn it, the mid-frequencies. So yeah, I would consider like some kind of Spiff. Like, you could try Soothe, but I think Spiff would work better on a guitar like this. Very beautiful song. I like that it's very song driven, which I like. I've got one more big note for you, dude. And then we'll wrap up, and then I'll take some last questions in chat, and then it's sleepy/chess time. When you're doing the vocal production, if you are doing the vocal production, you definitely need bigger backing vocals here. So the vocal, you definitely need some big support in progressive house. You should have low layers, you should have doubles, you should have sometimes harmonies, you know, if it makes sense. But particularly, like, you need those like low layers and the doubles to really get that thing to sound huge. think about it like layering leads, right? Like when you're layering progressive house leads, like which you clearly know how to do, you know, you're making sure that this layer does that job, this layer does that job. It's the same thing with vocals, and especially for these big like song, I don't know what to call it, but like almost like poppy progressive house where it's very vocal driven. You really need to have the vocal production be tip top, and that's what I would recommend for you. Is make sure you get some good doubles, some good lows, perhaps harmonies if it makes sense, and make sure that that vocal is sitting on top of the mix. Very, very important. But overall, Joystick, a dope one. Very impressed. I think that if you apply the feedback I suggested, I think you'll be off to the races, dude. Thanks for sending, man. Folks, I think that's gonna be a wrap. I'm tired. It's been what? It's been almost 5 hours? I think it's been 5 hours, guys. I'm tired. I'm going to go play some chess and then probably knock out. But I'll take any last minute questions if you guys have. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, you guys better add that last part. You better add that last part. Man, that's a good melody. That's a good melody, dude. All right. Yeah, guys, apologies. We got a little under 200 submissions, so I can't check everyone. That was 5 hours. I don't know how many we got through, but also I try to give like actually valuable, good feedback, which means that there's only so many tracks that we could go through, but I feel like we got through a lot. Nah, I don't play Fortnite. I'm a big COD guy, but COD's been kind of ass. So I play some Valorant with my brother and my friends. I'm really bad at Valorant though, to be honest. I like chess. I'm an old head. Yeah, guys, in the future, like, I'm really enjoying these streams. It seems like you guys are too. I'm thinking about doing them at least once a month. So, you know, right now I'm enjoying them. If there's ever a time where I don't enjoy them anymore, then maybe I'll stop. But right now I'm enjoying them. We did October, which was kind of like our test run. This was our first YouTube one. And yeah, we'll see what happens in December. Is there a collab chance? I mean, bro, honestly, it's dope, but the problem is the idea has to be so damn good. It has to be like so motivating for me or inspiring that I want to hop on it because, bro, like I'll hear great tracks that I'm pitched and it's not even a matter of like, oh, it's not good enough. The problem is right now I am sitting on so many IDs, right? And there's only so much time that I can spend in the studio. Like I'm drowning in IDs and I have to finish my music. And on top of that, like I'm very blessed and lucky to say, like I have insane opportunities working with some of my favorite people that I also have to do. So sometimes I just simply don't have the time to make collabs. But when it's something that makes sense, for example, if there's like an incredible vocal and the track has a great melody and I'm really like captivated by it, then maybe yes. But I don't want you to take my rejection as me saying your track is ass because that's not the case. I think your track is very good. I think your track is very, very good. And I think if you were to, you know, incorporate the feedback, I think that's what will help you, sir. Good sir. All right, folks. I'm about to dip out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. YouTube was fun. And that's my cue to leave. I gotta fix this shit. Now I'm getting overtired. Guys, I'm out of here. But I'm not a rapper. Oh, God. What am I doing? Peace, guys. Later. It's been real. I'll catch you guys.